Ready, Joe?
President Wells for elect.
We'd like to welcome the community members and participants. Thank you for your interest and attendance in our board meeting. We're here to conduct a regular school board meeting in the Shiprock boardroom in Shiprock, New Mexico. The date is Thursday, March the 10th. And we're beginning this meeting at 4:31. While the mask mandate has been lifted by the governor of the state of New Mexico, because this meeting is taking place within the Navajo Nation, the board is complying with the more restrictive provisions of the Navajo Nation Health Order. As a result, the district will continue to conduct its meetings conducted on the Navajo Nation, consistent with the practice that has been using during COVID. So as to comply with the social distancing orders, this event will only be available to the public via live stream on the district's YouTube channel at the link listed on the agenda. This meeting is closed to all in-person public participation. All of those that present in order to have a quorum. Secretary George.
Here.
Is Vice President Haskey up there? Board Member Montoya.
Here.
And myself, President Wells, we have a quorum. We'll begin this meeting by having a pledge of allegiance by Board Member Montoya.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And Cheryl George has been asked to offer a prayer.
Thank you for all of us gathering today. Be with the leaders, be with the employees, be with our community, and be with those abroad in the military and those in who are having war at this time. Be with those there, and I just pray that you'll be with each and every one of us as we make decisions and as we converse and as we come to consensus for the best interests of our district and our employees and our community and our students. Amen.
Amen.
Board President,
Ma'am.
Christina Askus joined our Zoom invite.
Okay. Welcome, Ms. Askus. Are you there?
Hello. Do you hear me?
You're breaking up.
I'm here.
Okay, that's better. Thank you.
Good grammar and spelling are important.
Next item on the agenda is to approve the agenda, and I've asked Secretary George to read the agenda for us, read it into the record.
Routine matters. Call meeting to order and verify quorum. Present through a roll call. We have Mr. Montoya, Mr. Wells, myself, and Miss Christina by Zoom at 4:35. And we have our interim superintendent, Mr. Carlson. We did the Pledge of Allegiance, C, prayer, D, agenda review, E, of approved agenda and or modifications, 2, comments from the audience, A, their comments, 3, reports, A, discussion of shape files of CCSD school district plan by Leonard Gorman and Lorraine Bernally, Navajo Nation Human Rights Office, B, fundraising request for Kirtland Central High School baseball team for banner sales by Isaiah Valdez, C, unique trip request for Kirtland Central High School Junior ROTC Leadership Camp in Flagstaff, Arizona by Daryl DeMay. D, unique trip request for Kirtland Central High School BPA Leadership Conference in Dallas, Texas by B. Vasquez. E, graduation report by Cheryl McNellis Martinez. F, CCSD attendance rate by Cheryl McNellis Martinez. G, bilingual multicultural education program, BMEP annual application by Cheryl Benally. Title VI Indian Education Grant by Dr. Verlinda Begay. I, Navajo Nation Johnson O'Malley CCSD application for school year 2022-2023 by Mia Kunitz. J, accounts payable disbursements, disbursement listings, outstanding check listings, expenditure report and revenue report by Donovan Yazzie. K, procurement over 60,000 by Donovan Yazzie. L, budget adjustments and journal entries by Donovan Yazzie. 4, review consent items and items pulled from the consent agenda for discussion and or approval. A, possible items removed from the consent agenda. 5, consent agenda. A, approval of consent agenda. B, approved minutes for February 1st, 2022 special school board. February 10th, 2022 work session. February 15th, 2022 special school board. February 15th, 2022 regular school board, and March 3rd, 2022 special school board. C, fundraising request for Kirtland Central High School baseball team for banner sales. D, fundraising request for Kirtland Central High School Junior ROTC Leadership Camp in Flagstaff, Arizona. E, trip request, unique trip request for Kirtland Central High School BPA Leadership Conference in Dallas, Texas. F, bilingual multicultural education program, BMEP annual application. G, Title VI Indian Education Grant. H, Navajo Nation Johnson O'Malley CCSD application. I, procurement over 60,000. J, budget adjustments and journal entries. 6, board and superintendent report. A, board member report. B, superintendent report. 7, requested action items and or reports for next meeting. A, possible action and or report items for next meeting. 8 plus delta, A plus delta from board members. 9, adjournment, A, adjourn the regular school board meeting.
Possible motion on modifying the agenda. Mr. Montoya.
To accept the agenda as stated. I'll make a motion to accept the agenda as stated.
Ms. George.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the agenda as stated.
Go to roll call.
Secretary George.
Here.
Ms. Aspis.
Yes.
Mr. Montoya.
Yes.
Myself, President Wells, yes. Is there? Next item on the agenda is comments from the audience. We received no comments from the audience.
For President Wells, we did not receive any comments from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you. We now turn to reports. And item A, discussion of shape files of CCSD school district plan by Leonard Gorman and Lauren Benali, the Navajo Nation Human Rights Office, excuse me.
Am I on the floor now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Leonard Gorman. Ado kinasdinin shlon dischini bashchin the she tanjikin the belgianistic adat. Adon da Zizakadni Dashachego Bibi Torni Dashanale. Just proper etiquette to remind myself who I am. Now, the purpose of this item on your agenda is that we have been going through the process of redistricting across New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. And we had been requesting to find out when your school will be taking on the task of redistricting its school district. I have a small presentation that I can share with you on the screen. May I do that?
If you may.
Okay, you need to enable me to share my screen.
Make him host. Are you doing that?
Well,
He's good, he's good.
Okay.
Okay. The concept of redistricting has been around ever since the United States became a government in this country. And the U.S. Constitution provides for the development of redistricting plans among particularly the representatives of the Congress. And that has trickled down to as low a local level as your school board. So the concept of redistricting is to align the election districts based on the shifts in population in the past 10 years. So we were with you 10 years ago in 2011 when we were talking about redistricting the Central Consolidated School District. So for 10-year periods, if the population has increased by 2,000 or 1,000 people in a single district, or that whatever number of increase in the population, then most likely that school district needs to be adjusted, or the election district needs to be adjusted based on the population figures in that school district. So as an example, if your school district had a 10,000 population in 2010 census, then you will have an opportunity to look at the 2020 census based on the numbers that's divided among the 5 districts you have. As I understand, you have 5 school board member districts. So if your school district had 10,000 people in 2010, but based on the 2020 census, it decreased to 9,000, then the individual election districts need to be adjusted to ensure that there's equal population as much as possible among the 5 school board districts. So as an example, what we talk about as equal representation, often that's defined as one man, one vote. What that means is that for any given number of districts in a school district, as an example, in your case, we would divide the total number of population within your school district, in your case, would be by 5. And that if your population were to be 10,000 people, then for each school district, you would have 2,000 people in your school district. That is from the birth of the new child to the old person that was a part of the census collection in the year 2020, which happened 2 years ago. So as an example, again, if you have those conditions in which there was an increase in your population or a decrease in your population, there will be a need for adjustments in your school district. And that's what we've been undertaking with all the 3 states in New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. So part of the redistricting principles that are outlined by the National Conference on State Legislatures include compactness. What is compactness? It has to be as close as, for example, a perfect circle is in compact, or a square or a hexagon. Those are essentially the highest level of being compact. But as you go across the country, many of these redistricting election districts have evolved into some very weird, interesting shapes. The next concept is contiguity. What that means is that there cannot be donut holes in those districts. And then oftentimes also the redistricting agency have rules that say that they need to preserve the cities, the communities in those redistricting plans. For us as Navajo people, along the lines of also the community of interest, our chapter boundaries are also community of interest and are also considered political subdivisions on the Navajo Nation. And then some also say that we need to preserve the core of the existing districts as much as possible. The information there can be misleading for the purpose of the last item, which is not to pair the incumbents. There are conditions also across the country in which, like for example, in the state of Arizona, they do not consider where the incumbents live as a first priority. Those are priorities at the last part of the redistricting activities. So you'll see that those are some of the principles that we have to respect when we're doing redistricting. The other principle that we have to consider is what's called deviation. And that is, while the standard is to equally divide the population among the set of districts, oftentimes that's very difficult to accomplish. For example, there might be a huge gorge in which people can't cross that. That becomes a natural boundary. In our case, there are chapter boundaries in which Navajo people elect their candidates at those chapter polling places. That have to be a part of the considerations. So those conditions become intervening factors and cause it to be difficult to create districts that are totally equally in population. So there's a provision that allows for a deviation from the perfect population to above by 5% or below by 5%. So in the case of an ideal population that is 2,000, we can go above that 2,000 to up to 2,100, or below that by up down to 1,900. So that's essentially a deviation factor that we have to take into consideration. New Mexico was very interesting this go round when we did redistricting 2021, and they've created a sliding deviation that's a little bit more complex for this presentation. But that's one of the conditions that we're a part of are deviation factors. On Arizona's side, the state redistricting commission allowed for going below the -5 deviation in places where Navajo people and other indigenous peoples lived because of the concerns relating to the Voting Rights Act. And so in your case with the Central Consolidated School District, the 2020 census says that there are 29,518 people that were counted in 2020 census. And you see which races these people are categorized as. The Native Americans are the highest number by 25,175. So when you equally divide that total population among the 5 districts, you're looking at 5,903.6 people per school district, which the deviation is a negative or plus 295 persons for each district. So here's a map that we drew based on the existing school board districts by utilizing the 2020 census. So as an example, District 1 has a deviation of -5.56. That is well below the -5 limitation. The number right below it, the 58.88, represents the percentage of Native American voting age population. So for sure, District 1 needs to be adjusted to fall in between the positive and -5 deviations. Districts 2, 3, 4, and 5 are within the 10% deviation spread. They can be considered okay, but that also depends on the various factors that now become a part of the consideration. The county adjusted their precinct boundaries recently based on a Senate Bill 304 that was passed by the state legislature in the 2021 session. So we have to incorporate the new precinct boundaries into your new school board districts. So that's another factor that has to be taken into account. So our office has undertaken a variety of redistricting activities in our region. We've been involved in both the 3 states with their congressional, legislative, county redistrictings. We're getting into the county and school board redistrictings on the Arizona side. We are involved in the county redistricting, and then we also are involved in school board redistricting on the New Mexico side. And the Utah side, I think we pretty much completed everything. We did the county and the school board redistricting, and I think everything is set out for the next 10 years on the Utah side. So for the Arizona and New Mexico, we are heavily involved in the counties and school board redistricting at the moment. So what brought me to your meeting is the request that we have been submitting to your school district as to when you will carry on the redistricting activities for your school board district, and we want to be a part of that activity that you will be undertaking. So with that, Mr. Board Chairman and members of the board, that is my presentation. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Gorman. Are there any questions on redistricting for Mr. Gorman? Next item on the agenda.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you for that presentation.
Board President Wells,
Yes, Ms. Asper.
trying to get to the speaker, but I do have a question for Mr. Gorman.
Okay.
Okay, as you spoke of census and the last census taken was 2020. So, how do you continue to use that number when, especially with COVID and also the, in say, Kirtland area, the power plant and those industries have lost a workforce, some of their workforce, and it's been downsizing, and I'm not sure, or I'm not confident enough in saying that they moved those families, but how do you use the 2020 census and when we had those events go on?
Did you hear that, Mr. Gorman?
Yes, I did. Thank you. Thank you for the question, Board Member Asmus. You raise a very important point. Now, as far as the census is concerned, no one has the authority to change those numbers that were published by the U.S. Census Department. Everyone across the country, across the United States, are required to work with those numbers that were published, okay? Whether we agree with them or not, that is a factor that we have to take into consideration. As an example, the state of New Mexico utilized those numbers that were published last year to redistrict the Congressional, House, Senate, and the Public Education Commission redistricting plans. Now, the legislature in New Mexico also recognized the deficiency that you're bringing up. It is true that particularly on the Navajo Nation, there has been substantial undercounts that we recognize. Now, also, the legislature recognizes that there has been a tremendous decrease in population in San Juan County, New Mexico. There's been about, I'd say, 8,000 people less from 2010 to 2020 census in San Juan County. So that's part of the reason why, as I mentioned, the sliding deviation. The state of New Mexico instituted what they referred to as the sliding deviation. What that meant is that, as I illustrated to you, that the deviation is 10% above, 5% above the ideal population and 5% below. However, New Mexico, what they'd instituted is the highest they went is +3 deviation, and they went below the -5 to -7 deviation. And that's in their reasoning is accounting for the undercount across the state of New Mexico. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. But you know, I guess it's interesting. It's interesting how they use census and the deviations that you're talking about. But those are the things that are occurring, and I wanted to understand it more. Thank you.
Again, Mr. Gorman, thank you. Are there any other discussions? Mr. Montoya?
Sir,
Ms. George?
No.
Ms. Asmus?
So with those numbers now, what and giving your presentation, what in the future for our district, do you have any insight into that as
Thank you for the question again, Board Member Aspis and Mr. Chair, members of the board. Normally in the 10 years ago or 11 years ago now, in 2011, you as a school board entity hired, I believe it was Research and Polling out of New Mexico, Albuquerque, New Mexico, and they were the entity that helped you design your 2011 redistricting plan. And the role that my office played was to present what we believe is in the best interest of Navajo voters in compliance with the Voting Rights Act of 1965. So in other words, we have a very strong interest in ensuring that certain kinds of school board plans are adopted by bodies such as the school board. So my suggestion to you is to invest some time in engaging an expert entity to help you design your new redistricting plan. As I mentioned, your District 1 definitely needs to be adjusted. And the rest of your school boards probably also need to be adjusted to conform with the new boundaries instituted by the county.
Is that all, Ms. Aspis?
yes, thank you.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is a fundraising request for KCHS baseball team for banner sales by Isaiah Valdez.
This is Rebecca. I don't know if Mr. Valdez is on. He was supposed to have John Zecca report for him, but obviously since they're in Albuquerque at the basketball playoffs, this didn't go through me, but it's just a standard baseball activity in terms of raising money that the students will go to local businesses and ask for banner sales. And those banners will be hanging on the fence for the 21-22 baseball season. And so approximately 35 students will be involved and one chaperone, and the parents were formed back in December. This is the one I believe that last board meeting, he was at a baseball game, and I think there was a delay in the start and he was not able to get on. So if you have any questions, I can probably answer them.
Are there any questions for Ms. Aspis? Do you have any questions?
I just see there on the date, today's date, and
See you Saturday.
I didn't hear what she said.
She had a question on the date because it says today's date is December 14th, 2021.
Oh, yes, it does.
I'm not sure why that is dated like that, unless they filled it out and then just delayed handing it in. Because baseball, let's see. Yeah, because they filled it out to start the sale on January 19th, and then it got delayed going to the board. So they haven't started the sales obviously yet, because they're waiting for board approval. So he filled it out in December. It was supposed to start in January. Then he got delayed for the last board meeting. So he hasn't started it yet.
so let's just make sure that things are filled out correctly and that it reflects that it was presented at today's board meeting.
Okay, I'll make sure that I check on that on Monday.
Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Asmus?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. George?
No.
Mr. Montoya?
Just making sure that that date is in line with the approval.
Next agenda item. Report on a unique trip request for KCHS JROTC Leadership Camp in Flagstaff by Daryl DeMay.
Good evening, Mr. Board President, board members. This is Chief Warrant Officer 2, Pedro Laribas. I'll be presenting this on behalf of First Sergeant DeMay and the Kirtland Central High School JROTC. Every year we are required as part of our program to participate in a leadership camp with our cadets. Unfortunately, due to COVID, we've missed the last 2 years, but we're back on track this year to participate in that. We pair up with Coconino High School in Flagstaff, Arizona. We utilize Camp Navajo, a National Guard training facility, and we're able to take 10 of our cadets to this leadership camp to perform numerous activities, leadership challenges, and basically have them work with other programs, students throughout New Mexico and Arizona. So I would just like to request your support approving this leadership training for us so we could participate as part of our program.
Thursday the 28th of April.
Yes, sir. The camp starts, it's a 4-day camp. It starts on Thursday, the 28th, which is our travel day and orientation at the camp in the evening when we arrive. We have 2 full days of training, and we return back Sunday, usually around 1 in the afternoon, 2 in the afternoon, depending on the activities Sunday morning.
Any questions on that?
Other than thank you for what you do over there. I know you got a very good program, so I appreciate it. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Asmus?
No questions. Thank you.
Ms. George?
No question.
We'll move on to the next item, unique trip request for KCHS BPA Leadership Conference in Dallas, Texas.
Good afternoon. It's me once again, Miss B from Kirtland Central High School. Actually today I had added a little piece of my students, and they're actually here with me today before I speak about the travel request. They wanted to do kind of an update with you guys of what happened for our state conference. And I did take in consideration making sure that they were up to coming and talking to you guys. So if you want to take just a minute, I have 3 students online right now. If they want to speak up, so that way they can say hi. Maybe.
Hi.
Don't forget to put your camera on, guys. Okay, nice to see you. All right, so this is Venora. She's one of our seniors. We also have Destiny George, which is a junior in our school. And then we have Justin Harrison, which is also a junior in our school. Justin, do you want to speak a little?
Yeah. Okay. So before I begin our presentation video, I would just like to say that most of our BPA members are going to be gone due to the statewide basketball and band. So should I present our video?
They created a little short video for you guys, if it's okay. That way you got to see the other members as well. Is that okay? Would that be possible?
We'll watch it.
is Justin Harrison going to be giving this
Yes.
presentation? Okay, I'll give you the host to it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Justin, it's you.
Okay. This is okay. I'm gonna show the video now. Business Professionals of America presentation, where we want to express how we feel through Business Professionals of America, where we introduce ourselves and how BPA has affected our life. Without any further introductions, let's get started into this video.
Hi, my name is Destiny George, and I'm a proud BPA member of Kirtland Central High School, and I'm also the historian of Kirtland Central High School.
Hi, my name is Justin Harrison. I am a proud member of Business Professionals of America, and I am also the accounting and treasury for KCHS BPA, and I'm also a junior here at KCHS.
And I'm also a junior. My personal accomplishment is that I placed first in the regional competition. This accomplishment that we achieved was that we did the torch ceremony at the state leadership conference with our other BPA members, and also these are the words that we expressed.
I did cooperation.
And I did knowledge. And I will tell my other associates what words they did.
Hi, my name is Jaden D. I am the BPA president of the Kirtland Central High School, and I'm here to talk about our state competition, which was pretty rough when we first left since our bus got delayed due to weather conditions. But we just made it just in the nick of time for me and Kalila to do our first competition, which was intermediate processing. And as well, we had the great honor of doing the torch award ceremony, which was amazing, and I was proud of everybody. I, the main torture beamer, I had to do a little speech and give why we were here, why we're gathered, and what our organization, what it means, the ideals of it. And as well, we had a big event at Main Event, which was pretty fun. We all went bowling, did arcade games, and as well, we just had a lot of fun with everybody. And here, I'll just pass it off to our secretary of BPA, which is Kalila Deswood.
Hello, my name is Clara Deswood. I am the secretary and a proud member of KCHS BPA. I participated in the torch ceremony, and the word I did was faith.
Hi, my name is Vinoy Jameson, and I'm the BPA president here at Kirtland Central High School. And for the torch ceremony, I did the patriotism.
Hi, my name is Sarah Nolan. I am a proud member of the Kirtland Central BPA, and for my word at the torch ceremony, I did love.
My name is Tomas Camacho. I am a proud member of BPA at KCHS High School. And for the torch ceremony, I did friendship.
My name is Madison Medley. I'm a proud BPA member of KCHS, and for the torch ceremony, I did the word hope.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Vasquez. I'm a proud KCHS BPA member. I completed in business ethics and professionalism, and I placed second at state.
Hi, I'm Shannon People. I'm a member from DPA, and I went with them in February in Albuquerque. I participated in the torch boards, and I did the word leadership.
Hi, my name is Ison Jackson. I am the board of BPA, and my experience with the BPA program as a whole has been great.
Business Professionals of America has helped us through many ways. I'll let my associate Destiny talk about it first.
Professionals of America has helped me to be more confident in myself and be more outspoken towards people and friends. It also has helped me create new friendships throughout the year. It inspires me to shoot for a medical terminology career in college. Also, I would like for my senior year to be able to have some experiment in that field as well.
Business Professionals of America has encouraged me to compete and aspire for an associate's degree in business administration, digital marketing. And I have already completed most of these subjects, and I am halfway through my degree.
I will obtain my high school diploma first, as well with an associate's degree with the class of 2024. VPA has not only helped me gain confidence, but also influenced my education and understanding the business ideas.
What we hope to gain from BPA National Conference is to place in the top 10 against 22 states, and I will let my associate Justin tell you more about it.
As we study for these open event tests, I believe that Kirtland Central High School can achieve to being placed in the top 10. Not only being placed in the top 10, will also be recognized as our school, in our district, in our small indigenous community. I believe that Kirtland Central High School can be placed in the top 10, as long as 22 states nationality. Welcome. Today we have a very special guest, Kenya Nari. She has been in BPA for over 4 years, and she has been selected as State Officer of New Mexico since January. She has also been qualified for throughout the whole 4 years of that.
Justin?
And also been placed in the top 10.
Can you stop that part?
Business, and she placed in. Do I stop sharing?
That's fine. All right, so I apologize about stopping it there. We don't want to take up too much of your time. I did have Destiny was going to say a couple of words. Hi, Destiny.
Okay, so 8 qualified for nationals and 3 additional students placed top 10. So all 15 can compete at nationals.
And then Fenora.
In conclusion, the KCHS state competitions were a success. We want to give a special thanks to all the following that gave us support and encouragement. Our BPA advisors, Ms. B and Ms. Foster, our principal, Dr. Benedict, Mr. Barola, and Ms. Westbrook, our intern superintendent, Mr. Carlton, and our board president and board members, our parents and guardians.
Okay. For the first time presenting, I think they did a pretty good job. But the reason we come to you is I wanted to kind of give you guys an update of how things kind of went with state. It was just going to be a PowerPoint presentation, and they went all out and decided to do a little video for you. That way all the members kind of participated, but we still couldn't get all of them because some of them were in cheer and the National Honor Society. They also participate in some sports. So we wanted to kind of grasp as many as we could in that. So we want to say that. Now related to the form that I submitted. So superintendent, board president, and members of the board, today on behalf of Kirtland Central High School BPA students, I come to you to request an approval, sanction, and funding for 15 students from Kirtland Central to go to Dallas and represent our district at the National Leadership Conference. As BPA advisors, we are convinced that this is a long educational benefit and it's worth their investment. So I'd like to have you consider a couple of the things that we came up with. 10 of the students already met the requirements to compete in specific events. This is most that have qualified in the last 5 years with Kirtland Central High School. Okay. The other 5 had developed the knowledge and skills necessary to compete in various open events. They increase the likelihood of more national awards that will represent our community. But while at the conference, they will be able to attend workshops where they can earn industry certifications, like from the top business and technology leaders. For example, Microsoft, Adobe, QuickBooks, and others. So there is additional conference workshops that are beneficial for all of these students. This also helps them engage with students all over the country and help develop their communication skills and see diverse cultures. Okay. It also increases their appreciation of the power of diversity. Now, allocating funds for the national competition is a challenge, and we understand these decisions are not made easy. Unfortunately, the conference requires full payment by April 14th, and your approval is urgent. If we don't meet academic criteria in their classes, they won't be allowed to travel, but I do want to have the opportunity to have them go. Our students understand also that they represent themselves, their families, KCHS, CCSD, the rest of our community through all their academic achievements. So please help them on their educational journey. I do appreciate your time and consideration. Do you guys have any questions?
Mr. President?
President.
Ms. Aspas.
So on the form there, there's some information there that's written in. We need to make sure that's typed. But other than that, I really wanted to come to your competition in Albuquerque, and apparently I have a relative on there. So, but I couldn't get any information from her parent. So I didn't know where the place was, and it being a weekend, so I was at a loss. But I believe I missed out.
I am so sorry. I tried to communicate as well as I could with the Kirtland Central High School Facebook page and that, but it's a learning process for me. I'm trying to learn how to. We created a Facebook page for Kirtland Central BPA. They had one previously when Miss Lucero was there, but we decided to update it with our new information. So, like Miss Venora is, she's part of our communication. She'll help me out with the Facebook page and the Instagram as well. But like I said, there's not very much, but we're trying to get there. And it would have been great. It would have been awesome to see you. Yeah, especially during the award ceremony. It's one of the coolest things to watch. I had never done that, and it was awesome to see so many kids and their abilities and stuff. So we were really proud of them.
Well, I've been the board has been invited before by Lucero when she had the program, but I failed to go. But I've always heard great things about BPA, and the students involved there, and hearing that one may or is finishing with associates, I think that's great. And I mean, this is the time. I mean, the legislation in Santa Fe that they're always talking about, the college bound and career readiness. So I believe our district is ahead of that. We've had several students who have finished with their associates, have gotten their associates before they even gotten their graduation certificate, and I think that's so neat. And I wish when I was in school, that was provided. But I'm really glad to see the students, doing and having successes like that, and it's just really something. Thank you for doing that and giving your time, for these students, because it's, these students know when their sponsors or any kind of group, ROTC, they know when the instructor or the sponsor has their heart in it. They know, and I really appreciate that from you guys. Thank you.
Mr. President?
Yes.
If I may, Ms. Vasquez, thank you very much for what you do. And to all the students, good luck to all of you. I can say that I had at one point in time some small business experience, and my education is also in business and business leadership. So I truly, truly respect the fact that you students are doing what you're doing. And I hope you continue down the path that you are on and become highly successful at what you do. So kudos to all of you. Keep up the good work and good luck. Thank you.
Great job, guys.
That's yours.
Thank you for that presentation to the students. Good luck, and you guys are doing an amazing job, and kudos to everybody that supported you at your school. And I'm really proud of the students. That's very wonderful job. Keep it up.
I think you're doing a great job. My oldest son went to state. I don't know if they went to national or not, but he was in BPA and went to the competition. He now is successful with his own business. So congratulations to your students and to you for the time that you put in. I know that it requires a lot of time and a lot of effort. So thank you for your dedication to the kids and to the program.
I'd like to make a comment too, please. This is Suzette Haskey, and I would like to thank you too for volunteering to work with this club. I hope that that the other schools would be able to find volunteers such as yourself to run the same type of program, because I also echo what the other board members have said, that it's very beneficial. They're learning a lot about life skills and their future careers. So thank you for all that you've done for the students.
And again, I want to, say that one more time. If there's any teacher out there in Shiprock, Newcomb, whatever, that is wanting to do it and need some information, Ms. Foster and I, we're not experts and we don't know everything and we're still learning, but definitely we are willing to at least give you a guidance, a little bit of a push and information to get through at least the first portion until you get your ball rolling. So like I said, just keep that in mind. Sorry for interrupting.
No. Yes, Ms. Asper.
Yes, Mr. Carlson, can we make sure we get that and take note of that date that needs to be April, what was that?
14th.
April 14th. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Estes.
Any other comments? Ms. Montoya? Ms. George?
No.
Welcome, Ms. Haskey. Any comments? Any further comments from you?
No, I don't have any other comments other than good luck in the competition. We're all behind you.
You and we're working really hard. Like I said, I told my students their goal is to walk across the stage representing all of us, and it's not only now it goes further than just our Kirtland Central area, our community, CCSD. I said now we're actually representing the state of New Mexico, and if any of you and all of you actually were able to walk across that stage representing us, I said it would be amazing. It would be a success. But even making it there was, amazing. I said, there was 21 schools at state conference, and now we're going to compete against 22 states. So it's going to be amazing. But I said, you guys can shine and show who you are, and you are a lot more than anybody expects. So I'm really working with them, and Ms. Foster's working with I'm doing the more of the business part of it. She's working with more of the computer, the word processing part of it. But we are working with them and hoping that we work hard enough to get them to walk across that stage. And I said, you are representing so many, but you're just going to have to do the effort. And sometimes it might not happen, but we are going to strive for that with no stop at all. So, thank you guys for your support. Like I said many times, it's not only one person, it's a whole community, and I appreciate that. So, like I said, I just need your permission, and we need your support, and I do appreciate your time, even because, like I said, we were trying to shorten the video a little, and make sure we didn't take over the whole meeting, so I apologize. But thank you again for taking that time for us.
And to all of your students, all your participants, don't doubt yourselves. You're as good as anyone else out there. So represent us and yourself well, and be proud of your accomplishments. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda, graduation report by Cheryl McNulty.
So Cheryl McNulty Martinez is unable to be here, so she's going to have the different principals go through the same thing she would. I'm not sure exactly the order, but I'm going to take it from the fact that Shiprock High School is up there first, that we're going to see Ms. Gallagher. Okay. Is that correct?
Yes, if I can get my video on. Good evening, Board President Wells, board members, Interim Superintendent Carlson. Shiprock High School, currently when this slide was made, we had 98 seniors. One of them had already met graduation requirements by October. 3 met graduation requirements by March out of those 98, and we've had 2 more this week meet graduation requirements. 12 of them are complete, but they've chosen to stay at school. They're playing sports, they're taking dual credit, things like that, but they're just continue taking classes even though they've met all their graduation requirements. 33 seniors are at risk, meaning that they maybe have a night school class they're having to complete in addition to their 4 classes at school, or they may be taking an Edgenuity course. And 8 are life skills students, and they're choosing to stay additional years. They may have actually already walked through a graduation ceremony. All 98 of them should possibly walk in May. To make sure that they all 98 graduate in May, we do graduation grade checks every 2 weeks, and those have been performed throughout the school year as part of our 90-day plan, and the PLCs in each department indicate which students are struggling and how to help them every 2 weeks. We send letters to parents on attendance and grades, and we meet with students who maybe are falling behind on their attendance. There's an attendance committee that meets once a month to go over attendance and to meet with students through the restorative justice process, which is also part of the 90-day plan. We also look at grades, and students meet with their teachers at lunch or nighttime tutoring. We have meetings with the counselor, myself, and the college and career readiness coordinator. We meet frequently to go through the senior list, see where their credits are at, see where their grades are at, where we might have any concerns, and students we need to meet with and make sure they stay on track. And then we also meet with parents when needed to keep those students on track. Night school and credit recovery courses we offer Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. Plus we have credit recovery courses during the day. We teach English credit recovery and math credit recovery, not on Edgenuity. We have actual classes for those taught by teachers. And then we also have night school on Edgenuity and Edgenuity courses during the day for students to make up coursework. And it's made a big difference. We've had a lot of kids make up a lot of credits because during COVID, when students were fully remote, many students failed classes and had to make up credits. We had, at the end of the first semester in January, 13 juniors moved up to senior status, and because they'd fallen behind on credits during COVID, and they are now eligible to graduate in May. So through those intensive efforts of credit recovery and night school, we've been able to move those students forward. We do offer lunch and after school programs, like I said, for tutoring and credit recovery. I stand for any questions that you might have.
Yes. So when you started these interventions, when was that?
So we started interventions from week 1. because we had to look and see, what juniors should be seniors. And so we started intervention process from week 1 and have been working with kids continually.
And you still have a high number of risk, which is 33 seniors.
Well, they're risk because they're still taking more classes. So those 13 juniors that just became seniors, so in January, they literally became senior status. So they got their 17.5 credits. That means they still had 7.5 credits to go in one semester. So we have to work very closely with those kids to make sure that they do credit recovery, that they have Edgenuity, and that they have support in getting all those things done. Very, very few students are failing classes. Most of these students that we consider at risk are just taking more than the standard 4 credits for a semester. They're taking Edgenuity, they're taking credit recovery, they're working in night school.
So the credit recovery, what is that? What curriculum is that? Or what school is that from?
It is from our school. It's from Shiprock High School. So we have one highly qualified English teacher who is teaching credit recovery every day. If a student is in that class, they can receive 1 full credit in English in a quarter. So they're actually able to make up 2 credits, fairly quickly. But it's intensive. It's 100 minutes a day, 5 days a week with a highly qualified teacher. We also have Algebra 1, Algebra 2, financial literacy and geometry that's taught by a highly qualified math teacher during the day. Again, it's 100 minutes a day for 5 days a week. And he works on getting those students caught up in those courses.
So if all that's being done, as you say, what are some of the obstacles the students facing?
The only obstacles our students really face is if they have more than a normal load, they are having to do, a little more homework. We're on a 4-period day. So if they're having to take 6 classes, then they not only have to do their 4 periods during the day, they've got 2 classes that they're working on outside of school at night with Mr. Cleland, or with someone else, or even some of them do them on their own because they don't have time with work and stuff to come to school for night school. So that's one of the obstacles if they're taking extra classes. Another obstacle we have to work with is sometimes our students are some of them are absent a lot. And so we really have to work with those students to make sure they're staying on track, even if, they have some absences, that we get them back on track.
Anything else,
That's a low number of seniors, 98 seniors.
Yes, ma'am.
Where did the rest go?
I wasn't there last year, but I would assume that quite a few students graduated on time last year through, some of the special provisions that were, allotted through COVID. So I imagine they had a pretty large graduating class last year, but we also had some kids who fell behind. Some of them did regain the credits to become seniors this year. Some of them, if from 2020 through, last year, they didn't pass any classes, they're still catching up, and we're still really working hard with them to catch up. We have, meanwhile, 98 seniors, but we started the year out with 256 freshmen. But 75 of those have now become sophomores. So it's just moving those kids back into cohort from time they lost being remote because maybe they didn't finish packets, or maybe they didn't have technology to get, everything done during the time of closure.
Can you repeat what you just said, Gallagher?
Which part?
You said you started out with over 100 something, and then
we started the year out with 256 freshmen. So basically, a lot of the freshmen who started out the year last year didn't pass enough classes to be sophomores at the beginning of this year. but 75 of those have moved up now to sophomore status. So our overall numbers are about the same, but we are still working on moving kids up into the cohorts they should be in from learning loss during remote.
Okay, I didn't hear the freshman part of it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Ms. Haskey?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. George?
No, you answered all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Montoya? Sounds to me like you're doing a remarkable job.
Thank you, sir. We're working really hard. I have a very good team around me, so thank you very much.
I can tell you're working hard. We appreciate that.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for your time.
Next item on the agenda.
Oh, they still have the other
We have
schools.
other schools, yeah, the other schools.
Oh, excuse me,
15 more
that's right.
schools.
That was just one school.
Okay. President Wells, fellow board members, my name is Bill McLaughlin. I'm the principal at Newcomb High School. Our graduation rate is a little down this year, and we're a little disappointed in that. Usually we're about 95, 96% graduation rate the last couple of years. This year we're looking at 90%. 55 out of our 61 seniors are on track to graduate. This is up by about 22 seniors from last year. We had a real small graduating class last year in the 40s for whatever reason. When I took over, it just happened to be a small class for us. We have 6 seniors who are all virtual that are on track to graduate. We have 3 that if they choose to attend summer school and earn the credits, they will be able to graduate at the end of summer school. And then we have 3 others that would need to go to summer school, return for the first semester in the 22-23 school year in order to graduate. And so we are a little disappointed in that our number is at 90%. We've always kind of prided ourselves in being the one high school in the district that has the highest graduation rate. We have really worked hard from the very beginning, like Ms. Gallagher and Shiprock. From day one, we have really worked on reaching out to all of our seniors, making sure that they are in the correct classes to earn the credits they need. We have done home visits. We have offered for our virtual learners after school tutoring, opportunities to come during the day to work with select teachers in helping earn the credits they need. We follow the school district attendance policies with the required phone calls and letters, but we feel like we've really got to the point where we're reaching out to our seniors once a week, if not twice, for those that are struggling. Our advisory, we have advisory teachers. We have 3 teachers who have our seniors, and they are in constant contact with the seniors. They meet every Friday after the regular classes before we end our day with our seniors to work with them individually, not only for our student-led conferences, but with their grades, any social emotional help that they may need to do. We provide weekly grade checks to all of our students. Every Monday, we print out a quick lookup for our kids so that they know where they're at on a constant basis. And then we really focus on our Friday ELTP days on helping students get caught up on work, as well as some of this social emotional learning that they lost out on while being in COVID and being at home. And so, we're really working hard. We are glad that our number is up to 55. We feel like we should be at 61 at 100%. And so that's what we're striving for as we work towards this fourth quarter. And I'm open to questions at this time.
One question. Yes, Ms. Astor.
I have some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. McLaughlin, more than anything, I really, do you make sure that the parents are contacted and know where their student stands, because, sometimes the student doesn't notify or doesn't communicate with the parent. And so I don't want.
Our counselor, Miss January Smith, each week reaches out to the seniors. First, we identify the ones that are critical or at risk that may be failing a class, and she will reach out and try to talk to the parents and communicate with them first. We also work with the kids, but we have been making a concerted effort to contact the parent, the guardian, whoever that may be. So we have a number of seniors who have an aunt or an uncle that are responsible for their care, and so we reach out to them as well.
Right. And so also with credit recovery, and I know of a parent that was very, very glad that her student was pushed into credit recovery, in which they had no knowledge of, but was very happy to know that was a route that they could take. And so that parent came back, and the student graduated on time or accordingly, and that parent was very happy with that. And so I don't mean to push our students, but they don't know what their potential is. We let them know that these are available, and this is for them to stay with their graduating class. So I hope all of that is known to the students, to the seniors, and that is I consider that my grade as a board member is our graduating seniors. That's what I look at. That's of my output, and that's the whole business that we're in, is that we're graduating students so that they can continue whatever they learned in school, and they can carry on and go forward. So to me, it's important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Jordan.
You had mentioned that you had some students who were getting help for not mental health, but social. Yes, thank you. Social emotional. Are we still following those students with that?
Yes, we're fortunate in that our social worker for down here in the Newcomb-Noshchitty area is very diligent. We reach out to all of our students that we've identified that may need additional attention as far as social emotional well-being and counseling, along with our, all our students. We provide that during our ELTP sessions on Fridays. And we, have our advisory teachers really not only look at the academic side, but we are trying to touch base with all of our kids and parents on a consistent basis on any social and emotional needs that they may need. Carl Wambot is our social worker down here, and we've been very pleased with his time and effort that he's put into helping our kids with their social emotional needs. Along with all of my staff, they do an excellent job in working with students and understanding that we're not only in the business of educating students, but we're also in the business of helping our young men and women grow emotionally and mature in the proper way.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Ms. Askey?
I don't have any questions at this time. I think the what's on the screen is self-explanatory. Thank you so much for the information.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Montoya. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Board.
There is for
Kirtland Central.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good evening.
See you from the glasses up.
Up a little bit. Good evening, Board President Wells and Vice President Haskey, Secretary George, and board members. I'm going to go through the information on the screen. There's a lot of interventions listed there, and that really isn't even a complete list. So currently we have 152 seniors at Kirtland Central High School with 10 seniors who are dependent on graduation, depending on whether or not they receive all their credits in May. We're working with those students every day, keeping close track to make sure that happens. And 8 more students will meet graduation requirements by the summer or by December 2022. What I did not list in the interventions is what is the driving force for our graduation and keeping track of discipline and for attendance. We have what's called a SIT committee, student intervention team, that meets every Monday. And on that team are the counselors, myself, the APs, the attendance clerk. We do our attendance meeting at that time. It really takes up half a day, and we run failure lists, and we talk about discipline issues, and we talk about mental health issues, and we go through every single student who's on that failure list or stands out in terms of discipline, who needed support from a counselor. At that time, the counselors and the APs, they talk about students who they may have seen for discipline, but then had to refer to counselors, and then we close that loop back up again. They might say, Susie was having issues in class. She had an outburst. She came down for discipline, but we know that's not how she normally acts. So we brought the counselor in. The counselor takes over and then reports back the following Monday on the follow-up as to what's going on with that student. We do this for all our students at the beginning of the year. We start from week 1 as soon as the failure report comes out. But we really focus on, at this time of the year, our main focus is on the seniors to make sure that they're getting through. And just like the other high schools, we had a lot of students regain credit this past year because we had put in an after-school credit recovery program, a little different than Shiprock High School. Ours is Monday through Thursday, and it's for math and English because that's where most of the credits were lost and needed to be regained. So those students who attended Monday, Wednesday class or Tuesday, Thursday class for a semester regained half a credit. And then if they take it in the spring, they get another half credit. So a lot of students regained credits this year, and we were able, just like Shiprock High School, to move a lot of our students up. During that SIT committee process, we also look at attendance. Just like most schools, we spend a lot of time trying to get kids to come to school. We check their credits every time a student comes in with a discipline issue, even though we really don't have a lot of discipline issues. But when they come in to see the AP, they automatically pull up their grades and check their status in terms of their grades and where they need to be and make that referral. The attendance process is we send out the usual 3, 5, and 7-day letters, but we added something to that. So after those letters are sent out, if we still can't get hold of the parent or have the kid come in, we then have a meeting, try to set up a meeting with the counselor and then the principal. And if we're still not able to make contact, the liaison goes out. And the last point is there's some students that, left over from last year who weren't getting on at all, but we make sure we go through all those steps before we take them out in terms of attendance. So those students are discussed every Monday also during our SIT team meetings. So the after school recovery program, I talked about that. Edgenuity is, the district recovery, credit recovery program for the high schools, whereby students get on and they're scheduled during the day or they can take the classes at home. I'm not a big fan of Edgenuity, honestly. I've made that known. I think the district is looking at other programs because it does not align really with what's in the classroom. And I do not use it during the summer unless it's a senior who has to absolutely make up a credit. Because if those kids have math and they're failing in the classroom and then they're seated in front of a computer and they're basically on their own, we're just setting them up for failure. So I'm really not a big fan of that program and try not to use it except in, specific cases where some kids are motivated and need it and can't get it anyplace else. Then we have tutoring online. We have students supporting that. We have what's called an Ignite program. One of our counselors runs that. It's a program where students, they have a certain GPA and they have training and they have They have exercises like bonding exercises, and they're trained to go in and work as a peer tutor with students. They do that during advisement period and also after school events. So we have that program in place. Our SPED students have virtual online support if they need it. We created a dashboard, but basically during advisory, which is held once a week for 48 minutes, I believe. When the students go into that advisory class, the advisory teacher pulls up the dashboard, and that's just another checkpoint person for those students. They check their grades, they check their attendance, they talk to them. And if they see that they're having issues in terms of that they need a referral for health and wellness, they contact the counselors. We did put 3 or 4 anti-anxiety group counseling sessions in place with our counselors this year, because the first couple weeks of school, I probably had 6 kids who were having panic attacks, and realized we needed to do something other than the just sending them off to the hospital for a day and getting them back. So those have been pretty successful. We're also working with our social workers who see those students on a regular basis. So they do have counseling support in place. We have special ed resource class pullouts, so those students can work with resource teachers in the classroom to make sure that they get caught up. We have inclusion, which means our special ed teachers go into the classrooms and assist those students in the classroom on a regular basis, on a daily basis. We have attendance incentives. We have pizza parties, and we try to, this class with the highest percent of attendance during first period or during advisement, their class gets a pizza party. We've had a couple of those this year. We have award ceremonies. We're going to have another one on March 25th. We think it's very important. Even during COVID, we did virtual award ceremonies. And then I found the best time to recognize those kids is during halftime at a football game or a basketball game, because they get a lot of recognition. There's a lot of people there, and the parents and the kids really like that. So we're having another recognition on the 25th of March. Basketball season will be over. And this one is going to be just for all the extracurricular activities like BPA and FCCLA and basketball and football and that kind of thing. So that's going to be on the 25th. We have mentors. Part of what we discovered when we were having these meetings every week is we come up with an academic plan and we try to put them in different classes. But kids, especially the freshman level, those kids when they came to us this year were really 7th graders because they hadn't been to school in a year and a half. And they had a hard time adjusting. Those kids up, we have them with mentors, and also during our training on Fridays with the teachers, we run the at-risk report, and we divide those kids up by the class that they're in for tutorials for advisement. And then the teachers each take 2 students, and they make contact with those students and try to form a bond with them, get reasons for them to want to come to school. We made a couple of them office aides, and a couple of those kids have really blossomed. So we're trying to find different ways to, make them want to come to school and develop those relationships. We do robocalls out to the parents. We meet with parents. We do senior letters. So when Ms. Aspis, I think it was asking about contacting those parents, the counselors send letters home, like in danger of not graduating. And they also call, and if they don't get a response, they document that they have, when they called that parent and tried to get hold of them, because sometimes it is difficult to get hold of them. We also have credit recovery support. We have a new person this year. His name is Mr. Totticini. He calls the students in on a regular basis, especially the seniors, to make sure that they've done their FAFSAs for financial aid for college. Every single senior is applying for a scholarship. So let me see if there's anything else. Basically, the SIC committee is the meeting where we plan everything and touch base on students. So we've been doing that. I've had that in place ever since I've been there, and have found that it's successful. And just like all the other campuses, we came back this year. I had a summer school and didn't plan on having half the number of students that we had, but the students were so tired of being off that our summer school was overflowing. I don't expect that as many students this year, but we work on a regular basis trying to make sure that our kids are on track and up to date with their credits. But the bigger this year than any other years that I've been there is we really try to track the students, check in with them emotionally, because just like I said, we have those anti-anxiety groups, because I noticed that when the kids came back, they didn't even really know how to talk to each other in the beginning. Sports is what really got them back, and things seem to be back to quote unquote normal now. But there is still a lot of trauma and underlying issues that we're trying to address. So that's Kirtland High School. If you have any questions.
Board President Wells, I have questions.
Yes, go ahead.
So I truly appreciate your presentation, Rebecca. Or Miss Benedict. I am so glad to hear, and just as Cheryl George had touched on about the mental health and the well-being, especially after going through COVID. There's a lot. We haven't even begun healing, and everyone. I mean, not just from the students, but everybody. And I really like that you expressed that about the ingenuity, because that's another question I have is, as administrators, as principals, as do you know what you're pushing as far as credit recovery? Do you know what kind of subjects that to do the credit recovery, or is it because I've seen it before, and it was college level, and if the student is already struggling in high school, how do you push a college level credit recovery? And so I that's one of my questions to the principal at Shiprock and also at Newcomb is, are you in tune? Have you gone through Edgenuity? Have you gone through the credit recoveries that you use, and know what, so that you can give the student or the parent that they know what they're expecting. And
oh, sorry.
I'm really that's one of my deals, and I really appreciate your presentation.
Thank you. I just want to say, in terms of Edgenuity, about 4 or 5 years ago, I contacted the Bernalillo School District. They have a huge virtual academy there, and they had taken the 4 core subjects in Edgenuity, and they had taken out all the extraneous material so that it was aligned. The teachers did that, and so we got their curriculum and we brought it back to. I created groups from the high schools, from the different high schools, and the teachers went through and took out all the extraneous material that was in Edgenuity that was not aligned to their classroom. Because in Edgenuity, there's a lot of stuff there that they want you to take, but it's not taught in the classroom. And it was better. But then last year, for some reason, Edgenuity came and put it all back in. So I'm not the only one, when we had our principals meeting, who brought it up that we really need a different. I know we have to have a credit recovery program, but we really need a different one. This one is just brutal, and we just don't have the numbers to show that it's successful. I mean, if you did an analysis of the past 8 years that they've been doing it, the kids are percentage-wise are not successful on it. I know we have to have a program, but I don't think this is the one.
Mm-hmm. And being in tune with your students as far as the mental part of it, and being aware of those things. Do you, and I'm hoping that all the high schools are and the seniors, that they're getting that help from, I don't know, I hear it in the presentations of ICO or that new department, and then our bilingual, and I don't know, are we using our resources right, and having them available to our students, and there's a lot that Cheryl George has pointed out as well, and again, we haven't even yet begun to to heal. So those things are important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. George, do you have any other questions?
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Benedict. And regarding the kids with the anti-anxiety groups that you said that they're overcoming and maybe having tapping and the use of AccuDetox for them.
Yes.
I know before when the wellness policy was first done, the AccuDetox and the tapping was approved by the board at that time, and then it was changed and it was no longer utilized. And I know that the wellness policy was just updated, but it didn't go before the board for approval for those things to continue. But I know in the district that Kathy Manus and I believe one of the social workers has their certification still, and probably some other ones in the district. The nursing teams, they have the AccuDetox certification and then the tapping. So that might help you out, help the students out, not only your school, but within the district even, for any students who may benefit from that.
Secretary George, have you heard of the mindfulness program?
Yes.
Okay, so that we have a presenter, and we're trying to contract with him to come in and teach those strategies to our students also. So we'll probably have that up and running for the fall, but we're working on that, getting that program in also.
Wonderful, great. If you need some help, let me know. I have some people in Farmington too that could come out and do the tapping as well. And then we also have IHS too as well.
That'll be good. Thank you. I'll contact you about that.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Askey.
I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Montoya? Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Am I up?
You are.
All right. Good evening, President Wells, esteemed board members, and Interim Superintendent Carlson. This is Dane Gallagher from Career Prep High School. We have kind of a unique situation at Career Prep. Basically, we have basically all our kids are at-risk students who have struggled in other schools and things. Currently, we have 85 of our 140 kids that are in the school that range from age to 18 to 23. So we have a lot of kids who have come back and failed along the way. So we really take a pride in moving those students forward and getting them going. We have already had 10 students have met graduation requirements as of this time this year. We still have 37 more. 18 of those are on track to graduate that need 4 credits or less. 12 more will have 4.5 to 6. They're taking additional classes and night school to make up credits. So we're looking at a good number of students that will be able to walk. Pretty much all of them that have already met the requirements this year have asked if they can walk this. We're looking forward to that. We do a lot of intensive things. Myself, the counselor, our senior sponsor, and all of our teachers are really good about staying up on our kids' grades and making sure that we're communicating with them. I make calls weekly to not only the students themselves, but to families at home. Some of the kids are living on their own and they are their own parents. So we really try to support them and do the best that we can to make sure that they're getting the things that they need. Our school improvement team does meet with students also. Like I said, we do a lot of individual meetings with myself and the counselor. Night school is something we really take pride in. We have already awarded over 40 credits this year to students who come in for the night school sessions to move themselves forward, and not only for the daytime classes. We also have individual credit recovery classes that are being taught by a teacher, so we don't have to solely rely upon the Edgenuity, and it works very well. We do have other tutoring programs, and we're looking to expand those. We've been talking to some students about doing some student-led programs as far as tutoring, and they're doing very well with those things. Like I said, we've got a unique makeup of students there, so it's challenging, but it's also very rewarding too to have somebody. We had a young lady that came in who's 23 this year, who's going to be graduating here this year, and it's very, very rewarding to see somebody come back and take it serious that way.
Yes, it is. That's wonderful.
All right. Do you have any questions for me at this time?
Ms. Aspis?
You brought up situations where your students are their own parents, and so I was reading in our national magazine that we get as a school board member, and it
Ms. Aspis, you're fading out and breaking up.
Board President, I think we lost Ms. Aspis.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Okay, thank you.
So it was talking something about the how the federal funding was a disservice to our homeless kids, school age kids, and so I'm hoping, I know that's not just in your school, but also all the other schools, but that's another thing that I'd really like for somebody to make sure that's not the case in our district. And thank you, Mr. Gallagher, for everything you do. The career prep, they still are part of our district, and there's a lot of very good stories, especially the students, whatever they went through, and decide to go to career prep, and when at their graduations, it's always a plus to see them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Haskey?
I think I might have missed this, but what kind of interventions are you providing to the 4 students that are at risk and need additional support? How are they being supported? And that's my first question. Thank you.
So once again, we do that. We have a senior sponsor, and we have myself and the counselor, and we all check in with those students regularly. We have a list of kids that we have, the highest risk kids that we try to deal with, weekly, and make sure that we're checking in with those kids. We do a lot of phone calls. I do a lot of text messages from my school phone, to try to make sure that I'm touching base with students and they're coming in. We've been able to have kids supported by the ICO department this year that were homeless also, and they've supported them. So we try to reach out in as many ways as possible, and my staff is really good with what they do. They're really good at looking at things. We've done additional training in signs of suicide, and so we're really working hard at that. Plus, I have Stephanie Benally comes in 1 day a week to also support our kids, and we also have school-based health clinic with including mental health services that are there once a week.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Ms. George? Secretary George?
Thank you. Thank you for the report, Mr. Gallagher. And seems like you're doing a good job. You always do a good job. And then with the outside precipitating factors, like the homelessness that you mentioned, and just the daily struggles that these students face. I'm really appreciative that you have these programs and that you have Miss Stephanie and that you're utilizing the school-based health clinic for these reasons, especially with the addictions that some of these students are facing. And, the biggest thing is they made a mistake, but, you can always come back and correct those with the right support and the right individuals that are surrounded by you. And so kudos to Career Prep and your staff.
Thank you, Ms. George. I appreciate that.
Ms. Asmus, do you have anything else?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Mr. Montoya?
Mr. Gallagher, I been there a few times to that school over the past couple of years, got to talk to the teachers, the people that are invested in there doing the work that you're doing, some of the students themselves. And that little school does a wonderful job in trying to capture and really assist those students that are willing to invest. And even for some of those that are on the cusp, the efforts that you guys take upon yourselves is truly, truly to be commended. And I appreciate every single one of you guys over there that do what you do, because it's a hard job. It's a hard job that you're doing. But the fact that you guys have the passion, desire, and commitment to really reach out to these kids, young adults, quite frankly, I'm quite pleased with the results that you guys have. Again, knowing that it's an absolute challenge, especially with some of the issues that a lot of those young adults face going into that school as well. So, not to mention that you also have a 5-star daycare center. Is that not right?
That's true. We do. It's a great benefit to not only some of our students, but we were able to expand it this year to service some of our staff also.
Absolutely. I know that was something that the former superintendent Benavides had talked about, and I'm glad that we were able to do that. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I was also the beneficiary of a previous principal that did a great job too. So
you might happen to know her, don't you?
Yeah.
I might happen to know her. Yes.
You have big shoes to fill.
Yeah, that's right. All right. Thank you for your service. We appreciate everything you guys do.
Thank you for yours. Did we miss anybody?
Is there, Mr. President, is there anybody from the ICO on there? Do you know?
You can ask. I don't know who all's on the 29 participants.
Mr. President, would you please ask if there's anybody from the ICO?
Is there anybody up there representing ICO?
Good evening. There's 3 of us.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Very good.
You're well represented. Let's hear from you.
I appreciate that. Kind of in line, Dr. Begay, I'll ask you if you can answer this. In consideration to the graduate profile, because obviously this was about graduating, the seniors that are on the verge of graduating. What is the department doing at this point in time with graduate profile in regards to those students? Do we have any programs that have been implemented from that graduate profile to assist them?
Good evening, board president, and members of the board, and interim superintendent Carlson. Based on the graduate profile, there have been some programs that have been implemented to help support students, not necessarily at the senior level, but they're now being created. Some have already been implemented. For example, based on the data from the graduate profile, the needs that are coming from the students indicated they're wanting support in several areas. One of the initiatives that we started is the Grow Your Own Teacher initiative, and Newcomb High School has an excellent program called Grow Your Own. No, I'm sorry. It's called Rising Educators Rising. And that program has grown with the support of our department's grants and other team members from this initiative. And based on that, the initiative for that is to really have students become interested and stay interested in the area of teaching, because research does show that people from their own community will stay longer in their community to teach. And so with this Grow Your Own initiative, that's what we have provided in terms of building pathways as well for these students to ensure that these education teacher programs are there for the students. And then we also have other initiatives that are helping support our students in terms of student leadership as well, to build those characteristics for our students in different areas. But a big focus right now is based on the data from the graduate profile is about language and culture, and really to build that cultural identity for our students, because that's what they're wanting and that's what they're needing and that's what they're asking for. And so we've done that with the support as well, with funding and having students attend leadership conferences as well, and building these types of programs into our grants. And I hope that provides some information you have asked about, Board Member Montoya. Thank you.
It does. I appreciate that. Because of those things that are occurring, obviously that's a big workload. Would you be able to answer whether or not the ICO is fully staffed, or even some of those sub-departments that are in ICO, is everything fully staffed at this point in time?
Mr. Montoya, good evening. This is Dr. Lopez. I'm sorry I didn't answer. I don't know. As you may know, I just had surgery yesterday, so I'm a little bit out of it. And I had asked Dr. Begayan and Cheryl Benally to help represent this evening. But in answer to your question, right now we are not fully staffed. Of course, we've lost in April, we will fully lose our coordinator that for the intercultural and community outreach coordinator. We have also asked for an FTE for a supervisor for that department also. So we have those two vacancies currently. The intercultural and community coordinator, that is the department that we house the graduate profile, community schools, the Next Step plan, programs.
Capstone.
Yes, thank you, Berlinda. Like I said, I'm not really thinking clearly, so if you could help me out, Cheryl also, and the capstone projects.
Ooh, okay.
Yes, if I may, sorry.
Yes,
this is Cheryl Benally. Thank you for allowing me to add a piece. So a big piece of this was the art contest for Art of Wellness. And so that has really bridged the making the connection with our students across the district to provide and use their artistic abilities to create a calendar that was provided to all the school members of this school year. And that is all student work. So that's another initiative as far as like bringing these our students' art to life, because that's one of the components that the graduate profile brought forth through their survey of what they were conducting, or what was conducted over the past summer through the fall. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And part of the question, Dr. Lopez, again, in regards to asking if we're fully staffed is obviously there's a lot of these programs that need to be continued. And quite frankly, in my humble opinion, I know I'm just one voice, but I think should be continued, especially in regards to what that department provides. I just want to let people know they gave me a nice little tour the other day in their food pantry, and if you haven't been in there, it's very impressive, and the amount of people that have given time and commitment to providing those supplies and needed supplies, quite frankly, for the students and families who need it. It's very impressive, the amount of work, the amount of time and effort that has gone into it. And that's why, in my opinion, again, it's important to ensure that these things are continued, and the imperativeness of the continuation, because I mean, the last thing we need to do is have these projects and programs drop off because we can't fill these voids either in the department or in the sub-departments. So a question, Dr. Lopez, is how are we planning to maintain that continuity if we have these voids? And then the other question that it's tied to is, and I've said this both at the state level and at the national level, that the ICO was ahead of the curve of, again, in my opinion, of Martinez-Yazzie and that decision. And we're doing, from what I can tell, everything that we're supposed to be doing, and even some things even ahead of the curve. So to that's why I believe it's important to ensure we have that continuity. So, I mean, are we as a district, or you as in your department, what are we doing to maintain that continuity of consistency for those projects and the services that they provide?
Okay. Board Member Montoya, President Wells, Interim Superintendent Carlson, and board. Of course, our desire and our hope is to be able to post that position and offer that position through the district, and also the supervisory position, so that we can have that consistency and that continuum that we have built within in the department, so that we can continue to bridge that not only with the community and the students, but also with the school buildings. A lot of the graduate profile, like Dr. Begay stated, a lot of our programs bridge into what the community and the students and stakeholders voiced in their graduate profile, and it landed into 4 focus areas. And we do need to maintain that consistency. Right now, we are bridging along with our communication with Mr. Archuleta and reaching out into the buildings and providing a lot of those things from the home pantry to students that perhaps need that assistance for the weekend and can take that food with them in the weekend. Or maybe it's the athletic department that girls need different things or snacks and things like that we can provide through the food pantry, or even through our JOM program, that we can provide and bridge into that. So there's a lot of integral pieces that we need to maintain, and we hope to maintain and to continue to build on that. And this vacancy that we have in our department is a vital component that we do need to fill, so that we can continue to integrate with our bilingual and heritage department and our JOM department, and throughout the district. So right now, with that void, I am trying to bring some of the other coordinators on board, and it just adds a lot to their workload already. But they are trying to help maintain that, so that we can still have that continuum. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. President, again, just as a consideration to the interim superintendent to ensure that we maintain that continuity, because those services, again, I went into that pantry. It's important what they're doing over there out of that department. As especially now under the circumstance with the economy and inflation, more and more people are going to be needing those things. And I know, again, from the programs that they're providing and the contacts with the community, it's of vital importance to make sure that that place, that department is fully staffed, the sub-departments are fully staffed, be able to provide every service necessary that we can from the district to our communities. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it, Dr. Lopez and Ms. Benali and Dr. Begay. Did I miss anybody?
No, sir, those are all that we're here. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Board President Wells.
Yes, Ms. Aspen. Yes, go ahead.
Hello. I have a question or a comment.
Go ahead.
This presentation by this department, what was the reasoning? Is it to grow their staff or grow the department, or what was it?
Good evening, Ms. Aspis, President Wells, and members of the board. We were simply answering the question that was asked for us this evening. I do have Ms. Cheryl Benali that will be presenting on the BMEP, and Dr. Begay that will be presenting, and Mia Quince that will be presenting on the JOM. Does that clarify, Mrs. Aspis?
Yes, I'll probably be losing you, but I just wanted to state my comments that I hope we are in compliance as far as the JOM application, and then also with their interim superintendent. I hope that with the IAOC or the department, intercultural department, stay as is, and no growth, no additional staff, because I see it as a redundancy of the heritage, the bilingual, and but I do hope that what's presented as JOM is we are in compliance and that everything is on time, and that we're not behind on anything. Thank you.
Again, Mr. President, if I may, again, the question was just about continuity. That's what it was. So, and it was answered for me. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Askey?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. Secretary George.
Yes. Dr. Martinez Lopez, is there any grants that can pay for like wellness, social and emotional for any traditional practices, ceremonies for any of the students, especially the ones that were mentioned? You know, they have trauma or dealing with anxieties, and that's straight across the board for you know, like our Filipino communities, Anglo, Spanish, and our Navajo kids, because every culture has something that they revert back to for health and wellness and for traditional or ceremonies in their own respects. And if there's any kind of grant that could help the family pay for any type of traditional ceremonies in respects to each family's you know, choice if they're traditional or not. Do we have that? Any kind of grant like that to pay for that?
Secretary George, President Wells, and members of the board. Right now, definitely I will allow Berlinda to answer to the JOM and what they can support. The only other grants that we have right now is the grants that support the homeless students. As far as social and emotional wellness, we will be utilizing part of our ESSERS funds to help support in some of that. And Miss soon to be Dr. Elfrida Harvey would be one that could help us dig more into the ESSERs. Definitely, we are working also with with the HR department in the health and wellness. But I can definitely look more into that if you'd like. And if Dr. Begay could just chime in on the JOM as to what they could support with that.
Good evening again, board members, board president, and interim superintendent Carlson. We do have our Title VI grant, which I'll be presenting on tonight, that does cover not specific components, but that will say that specifically in terms of providing holistic healing. However, the objectives of that grant, which I'll cover, will encompass that. And that's where we can receive funding. And then in the past, we've also provided information to our schools and refer students and families who needed that type of assistance to the Navajo Nation Children and Family program. And that's where they provide assistance with holistic healing as well.
Great. Thank you for answering that. Thank you.
Anything further?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Anything further from the board? Thank you, Dr. Lopez and Ms. Benali and Ms. Melinda.
Thank you.
The next agenda item, report on CCSD attendance rates by Ms. McNellis. She's not here. So who's
She
doing
is
that?
not, but I believe each of the schools will just kind of comment.
Okay.
One at a time, probably beginning with Career Prep.
Mr. Gallagher?
I'm getting there. Thank you.
I didn't know if we lost you.
No, I'm still here. So have a lot of the same things that are on here. I did want to make the comment that we do have probably the highest at-risk students for attendance there. We tend to be a little more flexible about it and try to give the students opportunities to make up things, because we have students that do work and do other things, and frankly they have failed other schools because of lack of attendance. So we try to be very flexible in our approach to that and do as many things as we can. So we will show a little bit lower attendance rate than the other high schools, but we still feel like we're servicing the kids and trying to give them as many opportunities as possible.
Yes, sir.
Are there any questions?
Ms. Aspas, do you have any questions for Mr. Gallagher? Did we lose her?
I think so.
Ms. Haskey,
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Ms. George,
I don't have any. Thank you.
Mr. Montoya.
Other than what was stated before, Mr. Gallagher, appreciate again the effort and the work that you guys put into it to get them to graduate.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Whatever you're doing and can do to motivate them, I think you're doing a good job. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Dr.
Benedict? Yes, hello again, Interim Superintendent Carlson, Board President Wells, Vice President Haskey, Secretary George, and other board members. Basically, our attendance, I went into great detail in the former presentation, but our attendance first semester after we cleared everything was 90%. And based on the absences that we had during COVID, I was encouraged by that. We spent a lot of time doing home visits, calling parents, meeting every Monday, as I explained before. And that 90%, that reflects also the number of students that had to stay home for 10 days. Back then it was 10 days for COVID. The 88% that is currently in the middle of the semester, I think it's going to get better by the end of the semester because we have very few COVID cases now, very few students staying home. We are still, working on attendance on a daily basis, like I explained before. But that first number there, we did have at one time, I think the highest number, 13 students who were at home quarantining for 10 days due to COVID. Not as many the second semester, and right now we hardly have any cases at all. So we will continue to work on attendance, like I explained in my former presentation, and continue to work with the SEL and the health benefits. And as we know, students come to school because somebody's there waiting for them and encouraging them, and because of relationships, and we continue to work on that. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Dr. Benedict?
Yes.
What you just stated there at the end of your comments is absolutely true, because a lot of the research that I've been doing lately points to the fact that the kids are motivated by the individuals at the school that care about them. And it's imperative as educators to understand that they do make a difference in these kids' lives. So how they approach them, how they communicate with them is very important.
Yes, and I found that our staff is very caring. A lot of the teachers there have been there forever. A lot of them graduated from the school. They know the families, and the kids are very close. So it's a good experience for them. The freshmen are the ones that we struggle with the most in terms of attendance. And again, as I mentioned before, when we got them in the fall, they really were 7th graders because they never made it through 8th grade due to COVID. So we'll continue to work on it, but it gets better, I think, all the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Haskey?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Ms. George?
No questions, just good job, and appreciate the way you have been there for the students and your staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate all the staff, all they're doing. Give them our encouragement and tell them we support them.
Thank you.
Ms. Aspas, are you there?
Surprisingly, yes.
Okay. Do you have any questions for Dr. Benedict?
No, I just appreciate the thoroughness. I really appreciate, how she's done her presentations. I mean, very detailed and don't even have to ask. And thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Newcomb High School.
Interim Superintendent, Mr. Carlson, Board President, Mr. Wells, fellow board members. Our attendance rate, we saw a significant increase in number of students choosing to go online or remote when we came back from the second semester due to the COVID variant that was going on. We probably have the largest number of parents who want their students to stay home and be safe. And so that has greatly affected our attendance, especially with the fact that we probably have the lowest number of students that have internet access at home due to the fact that we have 8 communities that serve our school that are all rural. We've worked really hard. We have several students that have the solar panels that the state provided us with chargers. We have the T-Mobile hotspots, which are effective in some of our communities, but not all. We are seeing it with COVID numbers going down. We've seen an increase in the number of parents wanting their kids back in school. We truly believe that students being in school is the best way to receive an education. And so we've worked hard with our parents to try to encourage them, but we support them in their decision and provide as much support and services that we can with the online career academy through Ingenuity. And so with the weather changing and the numbers in COVID going down, we have seen an increase in our attendance, but we did have a sharp decrease when we started the semester due to COVID. With our graduation rate, we talked about that earlier. And so we are continuing to do all those processes that we talked about in order to help our students graduate and return to school. Any questions?
Ms. Montoya?
Mr. McLaughlin, again, understanding your challenges, I continually tell people that this district is a microcosm of almost the entire country, where you have availability, a lot of availability, kind of availability. Then we have your situation down south, where it is sporadic at best, and that's certainly puts a lot of stress, not just on the families and the students, but the school system as well, and trying to do everything they can to ensure that these kids are educated. So to you and your staff, I commend you guys through all the challenges that you're fighting through. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
Ms. George?
Thank you for all that you're doing, and your staff as well, for the students. And, you know, I really understand, and I hear you how hard it was for COVID. And, you know, and in respects to the parents who want to protect their students and keep them at home and safe, you know, during this pandemic. And so I understand. I thank you for your explanation on that and bringing that up. And just, you know, hang in there and be there for the parents and the community there, and for the most part for the students. And, you know, hopefully, you know, we can find something else with the for the electronics and the internet and all that to be more stable down there for you guys down there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice President Askey?
I had a question in regards to the technology and so forth. How many of the students how many students do you have in the school that are McKinney-Vento?
Say that again, please.
How many, the McKinney-Vento students? I was curious of if that increased, how many you had identified as McKinney-Vento, and how many, if that number fluctuated based on the pandemic.
Yeah, we saw a large spike at the start of the second semester when we saw a spike in the COVID variant, where we had a lot of parents concerned over the safety of their kids. And so that's when we saw our biggest spike in the change.
And then, and I guess a follow-up question, what kind of supports are they receiving, the students? Aside, I guess specifically like McKinney-Vento services.
Besides the Ingenuity services, the district has a career academy teacher for the subjects for the students, and then our own school counselor communicates on a regular basis. And I did have a distance education teacher that was working with the students, and we are looking to replace that particular position. So several of my teachers have taken on the role as far as reaching out and providing support to those students that are in the Career Academy virtual program.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And keep up the great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Asmus.
Yes, Mr. McLaughlin, you're talking about the spike, according to the variant, and no consideration to shut down the school and go remote.
No, the reason we had a spike in our decrease in attendance, it wasn't so much that we had students that were identified as COVID positive. We just had a large number of parents that chose to take their kids out of school and put them in remote as a protection in their fear of COVID. It was not that we had a large spike in the number of positive cases on campus. We never had a situation where we saw a significant number of COVID positives that matriculated from our campus. The majority of our COVID positive cases came from students that may have traveled off the reservation during the weekend or had parents that maybe worked off campus and brought it back on. And so our spike was more not COVID positive, but just a concern from parents and wanting to keep their children safe and keep them at home.
Okay, I know one concern that happened here in Kirtland, but the parent, her last name is of the same Mrs. Garnanez, but she talked about how concerned she was about, having a case at school and then her student or her grandchild bringing that back home. So, yeah, I can see that, but thank you for explaining.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions from the board?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening. First, I want to say I'm sorry. I jumped the gun a minute ago. I kind of lost track. But good evening again, Mr. Wells, board, and interim superintendent, Mr. Carlson. Shiprock has been very lucky, and I guess I have been very impressed. When our kids decided to come back, they came back to school and they have, been there consistently. We do have about 30 students who are remote learners. 10 of those are in life skills and get on almost every single day. They are online with their teacher, one of our special education teachers, and it is so neat to watch that class online. The others who are online, we have a very good virtual teacher who keeps track of them and their edgenuity. He's talking to them at least once a week. And so they are staying logged in and getting that edgenuity done for the most part. Every now and then we have one that will have to meet with the student and say, we either, we need to help you get this going and doing your edgenuity, or we're going to have to, encourage you to come back to school because you're falling behind on credits. But for the most part, our kids are doing very, very well at coming to school. I think they feel safe. I've been really impressed with how well they've been in school. Our classrooms are full every day.
Excellent.
We also have a very strong attendance team that meets and goes through student attendance. And we started a new program called Restorative Justice, where you work with kids on their mental health, on what's going on in their families. You ask a lot of questions. We have actually built a room at the school where they can go and refocus. We call it the Chieftain Calm Corner, and it took over from our ISS room. So instead of having ISS, we now have this room where it's more comfortable, it's relaxing. The kids can go there, think through things that are bothering them, work with the teacher who's in there, and then go back to class. So we don't have kids out of class for suspensions much either. I stand for any questions.
Ms. Geyer,
Yes.
I know this isn't at the high school, but just kind of overall, I think I did the numbers, and if I'm not mistaken, Shiprock had the highest attendance rate out of all the schools. But to that point is I've had parents from Sassy come and talk to me, and they were just very appreciative that the schools were open. They're bringing their kids to the schools, the elementary schools. So that's a very good positive for those kids. And just like everybody has been saying, the school is the best place for these kids to receive their education. So I appreciate it.
Thank you. We try to make them feel very comfortable and, welcome at the school so that they want to be there.
Thank you.
Not only comfortable, but also, we're still not done with this pandemic. So we need to make sure that they're safe here and then at schools, and then that they're not taking that back to their residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice President Askey?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Secretary George?
Just comment, Miss Gallagher, I'm really impressed with you spearheading this program and really reaching out to the students and asking about their family dynamics and really finding out where they're coming from when they come to the school in the morning, what their demeanor is, what they just went through, and trying to help them. And then putting this room together that you have, it's a trauma-informed room, classroom. Right. And that is super, super awesome. I mean, I give you, oh man, yeah. I thank you so much for spearheading that, because I think, Mr. Interim Superintendent, I think that if we could get that in all the schools, I think that tremendously will help. That's a big net for our students, and just that brings down the escalation for the need for CPI and, reacting to the students who have, a crisis. And I'm just super proud of you. And that just warms my heart to hear that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We did have a team that started that last year, and then we just, we really put it to work.
Wonderful. Good.
Any other comments from the board?
Yes, Ms. Gallagher, what Ms. George is referring to, can you go over that?
So restorative justice it's not, well, it is kind of a program, but not really. It's a concept and a way that you approach kids and the way that you approach actually staff members, the way you approach people, the language you use around people being more positive, and really working toward mindfulness and people reflecting on their actions. So instead of telling a student, you blurted out in class and talked over Sally, you would approach the student more like, I think you might have, maybe you're talking over Sally hurt her feelings, or, how do you think that made Sally feel? And making someone think about that. Or if someone's feeling escalated, we let them go to this room. And there's questions they can answer, like, what happened? Why do you think it happened? How do you think, things could be different? What do you think is a solution? Just to help teach students and adults alike mindfulness and reflection on the way that you interact with people. That's an amazing program, or an amazing concept.
Sounds like it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice President Askey?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You all have a nice evening.
Thank you. You too.
So I'm taking that as my cue. This is Mrs. Atencio. How are you this evening, everybody? Thank you for your time. I just wanted to go over our attendance, and I'm sure you can see on the screen that our attendance dropped in the second semester, which none of us are happy, but we do have a lot of little factors that play into that. Part of that would be the COVID cases definitely went up, where we had a lot of students either staying home because we had a family exposure or whatever. The second semester, we did have a bigger spike than we did in the first semester. We also saw some factors like the virtual students were trying to re-enroll back in school. So they re-enrolled, but they wouldn't attend until we would get our liaison or our social worker counselors involved in getting those kids back in. And so these numbers are a little bit skewed because that was like, from when we were doing the report, but I would say our attendance is closer back up to the 90 percentile at this time. I stand for questions.
Any questions from the board? Secretary George.
Hi, so you said that this is not updated attendance report. You said it was it's not current, is that correct?
Well, thank you for asking that. Great question. So when we did the report, this isn't the actual today's attendance rate. So it wasn't actually rated today. So I would say with our actions, I would say our attendance rate is much higher than it was when we did this report. So when we asked these reports, was from the last board meeting, you guys requested the data and we all collected it at the same time. But my data at this current time would be much higher. As I looked at it this afternoon, we were much higher than that. So did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Interim Superintendent, if a student was home for COVID for the mandated times, isn't that considered excusable? And does that?
Yeah, and so the attendance that they're reporting, those excused absences are reported, but they're excused for the students. But they're still including it as absences.
Okay.
Not being present.
Oh. Okay.
And that's why some folks have some really high numbers, just because students were home and most of the absences were excused. So.
Okay. But it didn't really count against the kids, but in the system,
no, it shouldn't count at all against them as far as grades or anything like that.
Okay. Okay.
Anything else?
Thank you.
More clear? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And have a good evening.
This here from Kirtland Middle School. Newcomb Middle School.
Good evening, Board President Wells, board members, and Interim Superintendent Carlson. My name is Christy Wilkinson, and I'm the assistant principal at Newcomb Middle School. This semester, we've been working really hard to improve our attendance. We did have a lot of students that were out due to COVID or quarantines. Just like Mr. McLaughlin stated, we have a lot of students, families that are worried about their children getting COVID. So they kept their students home. And we have a high rate of students that do not have internet as well. So we've worked really hard. Our teachers are reaching out to our parents every 2 weeks. They have to make phone calls and keep logs. They're reaching out to families for certain periods of the day. They are there to encourage attendance with parents. They might be there to offer support to students at home or in school. We are requesting that they send out information about what's going on in our schools and also to reinforce positive behaviors with our students. We've been sending out the liaison to students with chronic absences and having our parents signed attendance plans to get our students back in school. We have administration, and our counselor has also been reaching out to our families to encourage attendance. And then just recently, we started a school-wide challenge for attendance and by grade level. And we got student input as to what they wanted for rewards. And yesterday, we actually had 100% of our 8th graders in school. So yesterday was a great day, and our attendance has actually been improving the last few weeks due to this challenge. Does anybody have any questions?
Vice President Haskell?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Secretary George?
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
Ms. Aspas? Lose her again. Mr. Montoya?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Too. TBA.
Good evening, Board President Wells and board members and Interim Superintendent Mr. Carlson. I am Pandora Mike and principal at Sepetye Middle School. And for our attendance, we had 89.7% of our students, and then of course, we improved that for currently 96.4%. Some of the things that we've been doing is we try to make our school as normal as possible. By that, what I mean is we've revitalized a lot of our programs. For example, we currently have 13 clubs that we revitalized at the school level, and we have a different number of programs such as our powwow club, our Diné club, our anime club, our yearbook club. We revitalized the cheerleading as a sport there for the first time in 3 years. We revitalized several different initiatives with incentives ongoing. This year, we also include award ceremonies, award days. We really took a lot of time to implement some new things. As I learned, being new to Sepetye Middle School, some of the programs that I'm going to share are fairly new to Sepetye Middle School, such as the SIT, and Dr. Benedict mentioned that before. So when she presented it, I asked her how that worked. And so like Miss Gallagher at Shiprock High School, at our sister school, we implement some restorative justice types of things, but we also do grade checks as well. And that's the big part of a SIT is to identify some interventions that we need to do. We accommodate our students in various ways. Like several other principals have mentioned before, due to the COVID surge, some parents, keep their children at home. So we have accommodated those parents by asking them to come and pick up packets while their students are in quarantine. And if they want, they can check out tech equipment as well and be a part of their teacher's Google Classroom. We're always calling our parents as well. We always review, our students' attendance, and we have implemented the state required 4 layers of attendance, and that includes like sending attendance concern letters, calling parents, having parent teacher principal conferences. And the last layer, of course, includes a social service referral. Another new program that we've started is we are now using 7 Mindsets. It's a program that's really focused on character development as well as social emotional learning. And we're lucky this year because the New Mexico Public Education Department is offering it for free for all schools across New Mexico. And our teachers are doing wonderful. So we dedicate every first period, every Monday, to do this program. And we call it Mindful Mondays. And so students are, working on relationships. They're working on, positive outlooks for one another, making connections and setting goals for themselves. And then also, like some of my colleagues have also shared, we have peer support and counseling and the social service within the districts. Stephanie Benali does an awesome job for us. I stand for questions.
Mr. President. Dr. Mike, I really appreciate what you're doing there because, as you well know, trying to spark that student interest is just as hard as trying to keep that interest for those students, so that by incorporating these programs and developing these programs, it's very good that you're doing that to again, not just to attract them, but to keep them there. And that's, once you get them there, that's one of the hardest parts, is to actually keep them there. And one of the things that you said, and if I'm not mistaken, you said it's called 7 Mindset. Is that what that is? Okay.
Yes.
I know from some of the state data that I have, or even the national data, and listening to the students themselves, one of the things that seems like you're doing is building soft skills. And that's something that they actually want themselves. Students in high school have said that time and time again. And the employers themselves, they say that it's very easy for the employer to develop and teach the hard skills, but what they struggle with are the soft skills of the young people coming into the work environment. And I appreciate the fact that you're doing that there at the junior high level, because really, the sooner you can start to develop those things, the better off that they'll be in the long run once they start moving on and getting through high school and progressing and getting out into the work environment. So the fact that you're doing that again is very commendable, and I appreciate the fact that you're doing that. One of the things, though, the question is, and I know you said you're reaching out for technology for the parents and the Google Classrooms. Are you offering any training to the parents for the use of that technology?
We offered 2 trainings, but not on technology. We offered, because of the pandemic and the focus on social emotional wellness, and I'll be honest, just my personal calls as a principal, or when I receive calls from parents, my conversations, I've observed a need for social emotional supports for parents on how to deal with their children. So we provided a training called How to Get Through a Bad Day with Their Children. And then we also provided another training for parents called the 5 Love Languages, on how to have a conversation and use languages of love with their children as support, again, focusing on social emotional learning, but not how to use that. But, it's kind of funny, because the best training that we can offer for parents is kind of like if they call and, sometimes I've only done this twice. I haven't done it more than that because of my time, but I've said, let me send you a Zoom and let's see what let me see your screen and let's walk you through it. That's kind of how I get through helping a parent or two. And I've only done that twice, so, but it's a good idea.
Well, I appreciate that. And also what you just stated as far as reaching out to the parents to help them, because, and again, you know this, you're right there doing it, just like with the others, that they themselves, the parents, struggle quite often. And you and I have had these conversations about the importance of focusing in on the junior high and that social emotional well-being. That includes the parents, just like it does the educators and the kids themselves. So what you're doing there to help them, and again, I know I've said this once already, is to be commended. So I appreciate all the work and effort that you and your staff are doing to, again, not just attract those kids, but to keep them there and to spark that interest and to re-engage with that learning for them, because they certainly need it at that awkward age and that growth period through their life. So thank you.
Thank you, Board President Wells and board members. I just want to add one more thing, that I really do have an amazing staff. They've accepted me there and taught me so much, and it's a great relationship that I have with my staff, and I feel supported, as well as I do my best to support them, and they are very experienced at what they do, and they are awesome. So thank you.
One more quick comment.
Go ahead.
President. Dr. Mike, I truly appreciate that, because as you well know, leadership is an educated process. And the fact that you recognize that, I really appreciate that. So thank you.
So if there's not any more questions, I'd like to pass it off to our newbie, Principal Simpson.
Thank you, Dr. Mike. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. So good evening, Board President, members of the board, Superintendent, Interim Superintendent Steve Carlson. Looking at my attendance and what Dr. Mike was saying, I am the newbie. This is my first year. Last year, I was a teacher at TBA. So first year being a principal, coming straight from teaching to principal. This year has been very rewarding, but very overwhelming. So it was a year where I had to learn as much as I can and learn fast. So, but anyway, looking at our attendance rate, from the first semester, we had an 87.4. When I did get the attendance rate for the second semester, that was about, I want to say, a month ago, maybe. I just now looked, our attendance rate is at 92%. So some of the things that I have done is I really worked with my staff because of the change of being a new principal and, getting things going. But one of the things that I have did was really work with get them to take initiative and be responsible as far as supporting students with the MLSS system. We do reach out to parents. We do. I always have them be the first in line to contact them whenever there's an issue as far as the behavior or academics. I also, like Dr. Mike was saying, I try to do my best to normalize the school year, in addition to keeping in mind what is the current tool, what the current toolkit says. And so, for example, we just had our first in-person PAC meeting where they had coffee with the principal, and I had 12 parents show up. Compared to when it was virtual, we had one parent show up. Also, I have been having a fully schooled assemblies where we have awards for Student of the Month. We have different assemblies, which include like IHS behavioral health, guest speakers speaking on bullying prevention. We had one just last week, bus transportation, along with Student of the Month. Some other awards that were given to the students by some of our staff. So, I really try to include the students and their families with what is going on through robocalls, through newsletters, and trying to, I also remind them of, the importance of the kids come to school. I'm pushing a lot out there, and one of the things I did this year is beginning of the year, a lot of the principals, including myself, we signed a facility use agreement. And so what it allowed the Four Directions Basketball League to use our facilities. And from what I understand, I'm one of the only CCSD elementaries allowing, my gym, from what I was told by some of the coaches, to have them practice and to play basketball in my gym. So, I do keep in mind the toolkit. We do have meetings within the coach and, the staff who facilitates the gym. So, that's just something that I'm allowing the community to use, as far as, letting these kids continue to play basketball, letting these kids continue to enjoy, school, being in school. So, I'm pretty sure that has an effect on our attendance too. So, but this, like I said, this year it's been a real challenge, but I learned a lot. So, but like I said, overall right now our attendance rate is about 93%. So, I really don't have anything else to say unless you guys have any questions.
Vice President Haskell? Vice President Haskell? Those are up there. Ms. George.
I thank you for your report. And, I just had a question. Thank you for your report. You said that you had a question. Use of the gym.
Yes.
I think I don't know if you're the only school, but like you're allowing parents or visitors to come in, I think. And then, but you're offering the open gym for the community, which that's good. We need that. We need that for the students. And I'm in agreement with you on that part, but just not having parents or visitors come into the building, it's kind of, that's just my question.
Board President, members of the board, thank you for your questions. What I meant by community is that a majority of the students who play on the team come from our school, and the other half come from TBA. And so one of the questions that came to me from the coach recently is because other schools, the kids want to play basketball, and because other schools, the facility is unavailable, they want to use our gym. But like I said, when the decision comes to me like that, I involve my staff, and I try to have it open. It's not an open gym for the community, but for students, because they're coming from our school, and the coach, he coaches about 10 students from our school, along with, I think, a few students from TBA. So that's what I meant by community.
Vice President Haskell?
No, I don't have any questions, but good job on your tracking your attendance and the rate.
Thank you.
Aspen. Mr. Montoya? Okay, thank you. Judy Nelson.
Thank you.
Benz, we took your principal, who's representing.
Probably Dr. Tom.
Good evening, Central Schools board members, Board President Wells, and Interim Superintendent Mr. Carlson. My name is Debbie Tom. I'm the acting principal. I was serving in the capacity of the assistant principal, but with Mr. Carlson choosing in the capacity of the interim, I am now the acting principal. So I will do my best to fully disclose the attendance the attendance report for Judy Nelson. So it looks like we're for the first couple of semesters, we have been functioning at more than better than we should, given the circumstances of COVID and different restrictions that we have had. We're doing better. We can always do better. It's always something that it's always a daily thing for us to deal with as far as getting students to school, getting them there on time, keeping them there, and fully using the instructional day as best as possible when kids are in the building. So just to kind of give you an idea, we're a fairly large school. As far as the numbers, I can't give you numbers right now, but we have about an average of 4 classrooms per grade level. All of them, consistently full, 5 days a week. We do have students that come the 4-day a week, the regular schedule, and then on the ELTP Fridays, we still have a pretty full building. So we're pretty proud of that. It is a community effort for us there at Judy Nelson. Our first contact always is in the classroom. So we stress to teachers that they are the first, they will initiate any type of concern with attendance. And so we have a procedure that we follow. We have a referral process that either would have gone to myself as the assistant principal, or there's also an opportunity to make referrals to the guidance counselor, but it depends on the situation. If it has to do with a social emotional concern, or something that would be more on the side of the guidance counselor and the resources that she can pull as far as working with social workers and different other departments within the district, then we kind of do the referral system that way. If it is a situation where we had a student come in on an attendance contract, or if they are a waiver student, then that would fall more in the capacity of where I would have taken over and made contact. And what we always involve the parents, obviously, and making sure that they are aware of the attendance policy and kind of reiterating that throughout the school year. We also do a lot of communication just on a regular weekly basis as far as posting our instructional week, making sure that parents know that this is a full week, or if this is a shortened week, such as it's a 3-day weekend, then we really try to stress and make parents aware of that ahead of time. We post on Facebook. We have another platform, which is Class Dojo, that we have both at the school level, and each teacher has an individual Class Dojo account with them that makes direct contact with the parents in their rooms, and then also of course the robocalls. And from the staff side, from the school side, we definitely give reminders to our staff, to our teachers, making sure that if there are any attendance concerns, to be very proactive about it, not to wait until the end of the quarter or the end of the semester, to really be proactive about it and communicating with parents. And we do this through our emails, through our daily announcements, as well as at our professional learning community meetings that happen twice a week. And so, we really are trying to stress the importance of attendance. We have had in the past provided certain incentive rewards, whether it be trips or treats, different things, just to kind of show appreciation for those kids that have made the effort and to the families that have made the effort to make sure their students are there. But unfortunately, with COVID and the restrictions, that really has hampered our ability to do that. But hopefully, with us returning back into somewhat of a better state, we will be able to provide those sorts of things to students and to families. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Vice President Haskey?
I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Ms. Asmus is still gone. Secretary George?
No questions, but thank you for your report. I appreciate it.
Mr. Montoya?
Questions?
Thank you very much, Dr. Tom.
Actually, I do.
Wait a minute. We do have a question.
Dr. Tom.
Yes.
In respects to the dropping the mask mandate in Kirtland, how was that received with your families and the students?
I mean, it really depends on the individual families. There are some that have fully embraced it and are very, very grateful to be able to not have the mandate. And then there are others that are still sticking to the mandate, which is fine, of course. But there will always be that never-ending debate whether it was too soon, whether, but I think for the most part, the first week was very difficult and confusing to staff and parents and students alike, but we're adjusting quite well. So it doesn't appear to be a factor as much anymore.
Very good. It's not necessarily concerned, but just the fact that people do have a choice to continue. I know I do. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Right. And we have mentioned to our staff to explain to, staff and students alike, it's preferential choice. It's not, there does not have to be a debate about it at all, student to student or staff to student and, vice versa. It's just a personal choice. And we've really made an effort to make that a point and make everybody feel comfortable about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have nothing else, so thank you very much.
Good evening, Board President. Oh, sorry, sir.
Oh, go ahead.
Good evening, Board President Wells, board members, Interim Superintendent Mr. Carlson. Thank you for the opportunity for all of us to present our attendance. I am the principal at Kirtland Elementary School. My name is Jay Bushy, for those of you that do not know me. And I looked at my data and I went, wow, that is not what I remembered, but I know that is my data because we struggled with, I would say the toolkit was, and it wasn't the toolkit, it was the requirement of 20 days for a student whose parent may have tested positive, the student is home for 10 days, and then the student has to wait 10 more days to quarantine. Unfortunately for us, what would happen is students would, parent would quarantine for 10 days, and then the student would end up testing positive on day 16 or 17, and then have to do another 10 days. We had many students that ran into the 25 and 30 day realm just from when they would test positive. I looked back at some other data as well, and our attendance seemed to drop about 2 weeks before Thanksgiving break in the first semester and did not recover real well after Thanksgiving break. And as most had said, January was very difficult for us. We, although I never had more than 10 students absent due to being positive, we did have a large number of families where there's 3 or 4 kids in the home, and when a parent tests positive, those 3 or 4 students are gone. What I did look at, though, is I was looking earlier this week, and we are averaging about 92% for the month of February for students being in attendance. So We're starting to see an increase of families. And I don't know what the term would be, but I would say either the vaccinations rate is helping, or that they are still staying cautious and reducing their contact. Things we're trying to do to reach those families is to call. And unfortunately, a large number of our families that are our attendance issues, the phone number was, a good phone number in September, and it's not a good phone number in March. And finding those students sometimes is difficult. When they're gone, of course, you can't ask them, did mom or dad get a new cell phone number? So we are trying to utilize our liaison. My assistant principal and myself are trying to even help because, not enough liaisons. So we have made a couple of home visits, or tried to make home visits. Unfortunately, when we get to the home, there is no one there. We have a lot of people renting. So that does, they may have moved from the area and they never told us that they were leaving. Mrs. Atencio stated as well that, we had the virtual issue. Students were virtual, wanted to come back to school, and then they never showed up to school. So we would reach out to them and try to get those families back in, and then they wanted to stay virtual. But I am happy that we are increasing back up into the 90 percentile or percent rate for attendance. Would love to see it up in the 95%. It's where we were averaging prior to March 13th of 2020. Our daily attendance rate would be 95 to 97%. So hopefully we can keep working that direction. And I do stand for questions.
Vice President Haskell.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Secretary George.
Just keep the good job up, and thank you for everything that you do for your students there at Kirtland L. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Montoya. Thank you, Mr. Bushy.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Martinez-Rivas.
Good evening, Board President Wells, Vice President Haskell, Secretary George, other board members, and interim Superintendent Carlson. I'm Jennifer Martinez-Rivas, and I am the new principal at Mesa Elementary. So I wanted to just have a chance to go through our attendance. So we had after January, we had didn't have students that were being COVID positive, not too many. We had some, but not too many. Again, as Mr. Bushy said, we had the 20-day cycle where parents were testing positive, and then we had students that had to be out for 10 and then 10 more, that 20-day cycle. So that affected attendance. We also, though, in analyzing the data, what I found is that a lot of our attendance drop was on ELTP Fridays, because that is not a required, so to speak, quote unquote, day for attendance. It's a preference for parents. So we've noticed that there was a drop in our attendance. So what we've done to try and get parents to see the value in those ELTP Fridays is this last, it was yesterday actually, in our PAC meeting, our monthly PAC meeting, we talked about what we do on ELTP Fridays. The first couple of hours being intensive skill interventions for students, and then the other part of the day being on STEM or STEAM-based lessons that students get to create something, or they get to do science experiments, those extra activities that really trying to draw them in. We are also looking at, we follow the MLSS framework that has been designated by the state. So I do calls out, we do the letters home, I do the robocall for attendance, I call parents, my counselor calls parents, our teachers are calling parents, we send the liaisons out, and we've had to make a couple of other referrals up in that layer 3 to get students in. We also have parents, when students are out on their COVID 5 days, they'll keep them the extra 5 days out, just, because one of the symptoms is cough, and we're in that season of coughing. And so parents don't want to send them to school just for them to be sent home again because they have a cough. So what we've also tried to do with that is really encourage the virtual online learning for them to be in remote attendance rather than remote absence. And so we have at Mesa, we have distributed all of our technology to students. So they have their iPads, their Chromebooks available. We have out of, I do believe it was 75 hotspots that we have. We have distributed 33 of those hotspots. I personally have walked parents through the setting up of hotspots connecting to their Chromebooks or iPads. I did that again today for about 3 parents. I walked them through setting those up so that they have that capability. I am the contact when we are remote and virtual if they can't get online to their Google Classrooms. I'm proud to say that our staff at Mesa, we are utilizing our Google Classrooms in our everyday education in the classroom. So when we have days like today, we didn't really miss a beat. Kids knew where to get on and how to get on and stuff. And so me popping in and out of classrooms, I'm happy to say we're seeing more student participation in those classrooms. So that to me is really encouraging. So our next steps are to really define those parameters of what remote attendance looks like for our parents, so that like in the past, last year, the remote attendance was if you just contacted your teacher, you were considered in attendance. Now the remote attendance is you need to be online participating with your teacher online. And so I think those things will help us to increase. I know our attendance has increased since this number here of 85, but to the exact number, I don't know. But I stand for questions. Thank you.
Vice President Haskey?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Secretary George?
Not a question, but just I'm happy to hear that you utilize the virtual and remote learning. When a kid is sick, that I think that's really good, and I'm appreciative of that. And then just having your Google Classroom pretty much every day, and like you said, like today's remote learning, you guys were, it was pretty much normal for you guys because you had already practiced that. So good job.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Mr. Montoya?
Likewise, in respects to utilization of that technology and the hotspots, obviously we'd like to have them in the building, but we understand the concerns of the parents and the families, especially this time of year when allergies and the like start to pop up, and there's a little bit of fear, and that's understandable. But I appreciate the fact that you're taking full use of that, and those parents are doing the same, and as well as you making yourself the point person to assist those parents with that technology. I appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you. I also want to give a shout out to my Mesa staff. They are amazing people. They are there for students and for student achievement, and they go above and beyond. And I'm so proud to be part of the Mesa family. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you for that. We're supportive of staff, and when their administrators recognize them, that's a bonus. NAS, where's that?
That's Judy.
No,
Oh, yeah.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Yes,
Hi.
go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Board President Wells, board members, and Interim Superintendent Carlson. This is Mrs. Keem Spinelli, and I am the principal at Nosh City Elementary School. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to review our attendance. Now in Nosh City, I have an awesome team. I just want to give a shout out to my team. As you all know, this year is my first year as the principal at Nosh City. So it's been a great year. In regards to our attendance, as you can see, the attendance rate during the first semester was 90%. And up until the point when we turned in our attendance for the last window, that went down to, you can see the drop down to 86.9. I also want to say that we follow the MLSS framework, pretty much like Principal Simpson stated. I give the teachers have a big responsibility in ensuring that their students are attending school. The partnership between classroom and the home is very strong. They are the ones who are there to follow up with families. If they have a student that's been gone, first day, second day, we have a process of where they're contacting families by day 2, find out what's going on. And these are in regards to students who aren't out due to COVID. These are students who are missing schools for other reasons. So I feel that we've done a really good job in regards to establishing the classroom to the home partnership. Teachers are also, the teachers and I have also have a great partnership with our school counselor, Mr. Wambolt, as well as the school liaison. They're usually the ones, if we need to make a referral or we need for the one of the individuals to make family contact, they are our go-to person. So we really appreciate them. Let's see, the other thing too is that we have held this year a few student attendance policies that parents have had to sign. So that's where we call a meeting with the family. They come and meet with us in the school building, and myself, along with the teachers and other, possibly the social worker, we will meet with the families and we will come to an agreement. And really, we want to reassure the families that we are there to support them. And, we just feel that that's our first step toward working and ensuring that we have a high attendance rate by their students. Let's see. The other thing that I want to mention that the other schools do too is that we have implemented our Google Classroom. The classrooms are they have their students on Google Classroom daily. Such as today, the students are prepared for the most part. They know where to go. They know where to enter the classroom. They know where the assignments are uploaded and assigned. They know the process for submitting coursework. So I feel that we have a really good grip on the Google Classroom. So I stand for questions.
Yes.
Ms. Kingsman, I really appreciate that little school down there. And I have, over the past few years, made several trips down there to visit, beginning of the pandemic, going down, visiting with the staff. And I know this is your first year. I had to visit with you because each time we went down there, it's understandable we can't be there 100% of the time, but it's just, I really like going down there and visiting with your staff. They do a wonderful job. Those kids are very attentive. They're very engaged. And that's a lot of that has to do with your staff and their involvement with the kids. Everybody down there has just been very kind and gracious. Every time I've gone down there with the former superintendent and myself, even again, like I said, at the beginning of the pandemic, to thank them for their efforts and time, because you guys are on the farthest end down there. So I understand sometimes you feel like you're forgotten, but you're not. You're really not. So that's why I've made those attempts to go in those buildings and talk to the students and the staff, and they do a wonderful job. So keep up the good work. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Vice President Haskey.
I would just comment, just say thank you for the job you're doing in the attendance rate.
Thank you, Vice President Haskell.
Thank you for all that you're doing down there at Nosh Chitty. And I'm really happy to hear about your home student partnership that you have with the parents and the students down there. I think that's a real good relationship building that you have there, especially being remote. You know, you're really reaching out to the families and working with them and working with the students and finding out, you know, how you can meet them halfway, and so the student can focus on learning, and then using that Google Classroom. Thank you. You're doing a wonderful job, and your staff is doing a wonderful job as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member George.
A question for clarification, I guess. Did I understand that you engage the parents and have them sign a responsibility form that to have their kids in school? Did I misunderstand that? Is that?
Thank you for the question, Board President Wells. Yes, we have had a meeting where we had to, we met with the family. We heard the reasons for the attendance, the excessive attendance, and in the end, we came to common ground where we had the parent and the staff. We met, and it was just to document the meeting and also to state that we were there to support the family, and also it was the parents' understanding. We just outlined the meetings, and this is the agreement, and that was what we signed off on.
I think that's wonderful. Engage the parents and let them know that you expect them to be responsible to get the kids to the schools. I think that's I'm sure that's a positive thing for the parents to see the administrators there and working to encourage them. And accountability is the best.
Yes, sir. I agree.
Applaud you for that.
Thank you, sir. Again, I just want to give a shout out to the staff. They were very welcoming, and they are an awesome team. I have a few teachers who have been there for quite some time, so they've established the relationships with the families, the community. The community knows that they know the teachers very well, and they are families that have, gone up from Nosh Chitty Elementary and graduated from the local high schools to then have their kids there, registered their own kids there. So that's how long I've had some of the staff members out there. So they're an awesome team.
That's commendable. And the fact that they embrace you and you recognize that that you have an awesome team. That's a good relationship.
Thank you, sir. Are there any more questions?
Are there any other comments from the board or questions?
The little school that could, Candace. Very good.
Thank you, Board Member Montoya. And on that note, I will pass it on over to my colleague from Nizhoni, Ms. Rivers. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're muted, Charlene.
Oh, sorry. Again, let me introduce myself. My name is Shirley Rivers, the principal at Nizhoni Elementary School. So, hello, everyone. I just want to reiterate on our DeJohnny attendance, just the last attendance that was taken was at 80.9%. As of today, we actually did go up to 83.7% on that after some of the interventions we provided. But looking back at some of our attendance rate, there were several things that added to why our attendance was not really good the fall semester, especially coming back from Christmas break. Of course, part of that was the cases of COVID-19 that we had in our school building. We did have a high rise of positive cases with our students and our staff to where I requested to close the building for 1 week as well, to really have a deep cleaning at that point, and just to have several students and families recover. The other reason was what Jay Boucher was saying, that the time factors of close contacts in the school building with families, and then having the students tested positive as well. So the time frame went longer than what it was. And then we also, in our building, we had several students that lost their parents to COVID, and I can recall about 11 that lost their parents, and because of that situation, they stayed home to just to kind of mourn the loss of their parents as well. So that was another factor in our building as well. And just the fact that we also, with those situations that we have that contribute to our attendance, we also looked into our cultural side too, where we had more families taking time out for cultural, doing traditional healings and ceremonies at that time as well. So they were usually taking a week off or even 10 days for those traditional healings and ceremonies that they have within their families too as well. So some of the interventions that we provided, that we have, of course, was what Candace mentioned, is the after school contract that we have. Had to re-review our attendance. The ones we really focus, I know some of the things are out of our hands with our close contacts and those that were positive in our building, but my counselor and I really looked at the ones that were truant absentees, and those were the ones that we put on attendance contract. Also, my school counselor and myself, we actually did home visits and tried to find reasons why they were not attending school besides what was going on with that. The families that suffered loss of their parents, we offered SEL support. We brought in our social worker. We also had school counselor come in and met with them. She would call them, or she would actually do home visits. We also got Northern Navajo Medical Center too as well, to be involved with counseling with that also. We also had teachers actually do virtual teaching, tutoring for those that outside their contract hours, if they couldn't meet during the day. We also did instructional packets, but the teachers that were, we had a lot of teachers that were actually giving up sometimes in the evening to actually tutor the students that were gone, either whether it was they were quarantined or just staying at home too as well. So these were some interventions that we provided just to make sure that basically social emotional learning was our main point, to make sure that to give our students a sense of being safe and knowing that the school is a safe place to be at. But in order for us to do that, we had to have a good communication with our parents as well. And my staff is the same thing. They're awesome. They communicate almost on a daily basis with the parents on academics, whatever it may be. But this is where we are right now in DeJohnny. So with some of the interventions to really come together, like I say at my school in DeJohnny family, we came together, and our goal is to make sure that our students are safe, but also to head towards our goal of improving our attendance as well. I'm open for questions.
Montoya.
Ms. Rivers,
Mhm.
thank you for that. I mean, that with your educators and teachers going above and beyond to assure that those kids that are being highly impacted or being serviced. I mean, that's a lot of dedication. I mean, I understand that firsthand, doing that with my wife, doing those home visits, delivering those packets to those kids out. I've told people it was, without exaggeration, 2-3 days out of the week, we'd be going 60 miles doing that because she cares so much about them. And I appreciate the fact that your teachers are giving their personal time. That just shows the care that they have for those students. And I must say that your school is the only school that I have not visited recently, so I owe you a visit. And I would hope that you would offer an invitation so I could stop by and thank your teachers for the great work that they're doing. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montoya. And the invitation's there. You're welcome to come over.
Thank you.
Vice President Haskell, do you have any questions?
I would like to make a comment, and echo what, Mr. Montoya said, that, thankfully, I'm very thankful to your staff and to yourself for going above and beyond to help coordinate care for those students in need, with the hospital. And also, I know that, the extra time that your teaching staff took to help those students that were in need along, I hope that they were or can be compensated, because I know that resources can be limited. I know that it could take a toll on your teaching staff, so I hope that that we can do something to help your teaching staff for doing what they did. That's amazing, and thank them for me. That I think that they're doing an excellent job. But that's what I would hope, that they would be compensated for that time too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Secretary George.
Thank you. Ms. Rivers, thank you for your report. And I'm just really, I applaud you for, working with the families that are going, that utilize the traditional ceremonies. I know that some of those things go on, a couple of days where they have to be reverent. Thank you for that. And then just being there with the students who have lost their families. That's tremendous. I really appreciate that. And just you utilizing all your resources, your school counselor support, the Navajo Nation counseling, or not Navajo Nation, but Northern Navajo, excuse me. And then having your teachers, stay late and doing virtual tutoring, on their own time. Being a principal and a teacher and staying late. I know that some come 6 a.m. and they start prepping, and then some stay till 8 or 9 or later to finish their work. And I absolutely applaud all of you guys. You guys are just tremendous, and thank you.
Thank you. I just want to just to say that, I don't force them to do. It's mostly every day they come in my office, usually when they leave, and they let me know, Miss Rivers, I'm heading to so-and-so's house. I'm going to drop off a packet, or they really are good with communication with me. When the student is absent, they really communicate well with me on that. And whether they're going to make a home visit, or they say, I'm scheduling to meet with this child at this time, they just need extra help on their math tutoring, and I'll do it when I get home. And it's just that communication they have with the families, but also with me, and letting me know this is what they plan to do.
Yeah, excuse me. I thank you for that correction. I meant to correct myself when I said that little statement there, but staying on their own time and
Yeah.
just serving the students. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you very much. Any other
Thank you.
questions or comments? Thank you, Ms. Rivers.
Thank you.
Oh,
Good evening, board members and interim superintendent, Mr. Carlson. My name is Katie Vasquez. I'm the principal at Ojo Amarillo, and this is my first year as principal. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about our attendance. I did want to say that it is correct, the 80% from our first semester, but I recalculated our second semester in light of some things we've done with our Fridays, and I'm not sure why that was incorrect. That I apologize, but it's actually 85% attendance, averaging our Friday attendance with our Monday through Thursday, which the attendance codes are a little bit different. So we've really tried this year to attract students to school through a variety of interventions and supports. We know that the spirit of the attendance law for our state is knowing what the root cause is for why students are not attending school. So we've really worked to make connections with students and families to find out the reasons behind any attendance concerns that we have. So we do that through conversations with the parents. We do the normal procedures of sending letters and making phone calls, but we also work with the teachers since they're at the classroom level and try and work on differentiated ways to find out what the students need. We've also done a support group that's happening every Friday for students. It's voluntary, and we have a really simple format where they can check in and share about their feelings. And that has grown from the first week we had 2 students, the second week we had 11, and our third week we had 15. So we're excited to see that grow. We've also seen really good engagement with our PAC, which is the parent group. We have about 15 parents who have attended regularly. And then we have started doing PACS tools training during that time, which is the PACS program for the home. So students are learning about PACS in the school building, but then this is a translatable application to their house. We've done spirit weeks and PACS assemblies. We use restorative justice practices when students have discipline. We have really seen some growth with our social emotional learning, and this was reflected in our 30-day reflection conversation with leadership, where they're seeing a difference in their classroom. For example, students are sharing, they're able to identify and share their feelings when they're having a hard day. And so we've seen the number of incidences for discipline go down, because we believe it's because students are able to get their emotions out in positive ways. One thing that does contribute to our attendance negatively is that the quarantine, when it was 10 days, and it is better now that it's 5, but sometimes if a student's quarantine, for example, might end on a Wednesday or Thursday, the parent would say, well, I'll just keep them over the weekend. They were able to come back, they were feeling better, but they were out of the routine. And so parents would choose to keep their kids home additional days. So we have really tried to work with that and encourage them to bring their students back to school. And we have seen strong attendance on our Fridays, I think in part because of some of the things that we're doing on those Fridays that students can only have on a Friday. So I stand for questions. Thank you for listening.
Vice President Haskey.
I don't have any. Oops. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Secretary George.
No, just that congratulations for your PAC meeting. You have 15 parents who attend. That's good. And that you have the support group on Fridays and you're using the restorative justice as much as you can for the students there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Montoya. I like that initiative to get them there on Friday, doing something special, and they can only do it by participating on Friday. That's innovative. I can see why that would be a good deal. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your presentations, for your sticking around.
Appreciate the effort.
Certainly do.
Yeah, we have Newcomb.
Oh, cow. Almost forgot him.
Newcomb L.
Newcomb L. I'm representing Newcomb L for Mr. Gleason. My name is Leroy Shirley. I'm the 4th grade teacher. Good evening, Board President Wells, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Carlson. Just sharing about the attendance report, and pretty much what we've been hearing tonight is the COVID-related incidents. I mean, where students are missing schools, but it's those students that are non-COVID. Those are the ones I think that are really main concern also, and trying to see what other interventions could be done to reach out to those segregated or those segment of students. So I think that one of the things we try to do is we try to, within the upper grades, is we try to have project-based activities for the students where they have to work in a cooperative grouping. So their peers are kind of dependent upon their other peers to try to encourage them to come to school so that they can work on their project. So that's one of the things we try to incorporate within our reading program, and where they have to work on project-based activities and web quests. Also, the other things that they've been working on, we've been trying to work on this year is with the Google Classroom, try to make it where all the students are familiar with the Google Classroom. At the beginning of the school year, we really try to hop on that in case we didn't know at that time we might go back to remote learning. So we try to teach the students all the ins, nuts and bolts about Google Classroom, making sure which assignments they're missing and so forth. So one of the positive things that we've seen is those kids that have missed school for whatever reason, when they come back, they can go back to the Google Classroom and they can kind of look back, okay, this is assignments that I need to work on. So those are some of the things that we try to implement within the classroom. I think that one of the biggest positive things that Newcomb has is the staff student relationships. Most of the staff have been there for quite a long time. So they develop a relationship with their students. So that's a big plus. And then also offering the backpack program for the kids. At the beginning of the year, they've been passing out the backpack program, which kind of helps out. So hopefully that will be incentives for students to keep coming to school. So that's pretty much my report on behalf of Mr. Gleason. I don't know if you have any questions.
Mr. Shirley?
Yes.
Appreciate what you guys are doing down there. I think I may have said this before. I have a little special place in my heart for you guys down there, Newcomb City. I spent quite a bit of time down there with my dad when he was coaching. So I spent a lot of time in that general area, and I find it very special what you guys do down there with those kids. So I just appreciate that. Thank you. And tell your staff that as well. And tell Mr. Gleason, you guys are doing a good job.
All right, thank you.
Wanted to add one thing. I'm here with Mr. Shirley tonight. We do try to follow our attendance very closely. We monitor if we have students who are missing too many days. We work with the office. They make phone calls. We'll send the liaison out to check on students. And if need be, we'll bring parents in and have a conference with them. So the teachers work with the office and with Mr. Gleason, and we do try and keep close tabs on those who have missed too many days or absences. We've just had some of the same things that other schools have endured with COVID and the pandemic. And for a while, it was a lot of quarantine issues because of family members with COVID or being exposed. So I just wanted to mention that we do watch our attendance closely and we try to work together on that issue.
Board President Haskey, do you have anything, comments, questions?
Sorry, I was trying to find the button. No, thank Mr. Gleason for his diligence and all the staff members for all the work that they do. Thank you.
Ms. Christina Aspis, are you still on? Do you have any comment or question? I think she's on. Did you already do yours?
I'm good.
Good, okay. Thank you for your report, and thank you for all that you've done for your students out there and at Newcomb, at the elementary there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there any other comments or?
Did we hear from Newcomb Middle School?
No, we have not. Next. Go ahead, Newcomb Middle School.
Interim Superintendent Carlson.
That was Miss Wilkinson that presented.
Yes. Oh, she did. She did.
Very good. Very good. Just want to make sure. I was looking for Miss Manolito, so I appreciate
Yeah, I was
that.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we can move on then.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll move on to item G, bilingual multicultural education program, BMEP annual application by Cheryl Benali.
Yes, thank you, Board President Wells and members of the board and Interim Superintendent Carlson. My name is Cheryl Benali, and I am the bilingual coordinator with the Intercultural and Community Outreach Program. And I'm here to report on the annual application that we apply for, which is called the Bilingual Multicultural Education Program, which is the BMEP. We are applying for the application for 2022 and 2023. Now, based upon the application, we have to ensure compliance with the BMEP Act of 1978. The BMEP continues to provide funding for our culturally and linguistic diverse students from kindergarten through 12th grade. There are grant requirements in which we oversee which is Heritage Navajo, Heritage Spanish, dual language Navajo, and the English language arts and / English language development, which is known as the ELD or ELA-ELD classes. So in this, we have our BMEP language programs. So these are the programs in which that we ensure that the schools have. So currently our BMEP program, our total students for the heritage model for Navajo is 718 students. For enrichment Navajo, we have 696 students. Heritage Spanish, we have 17 students. For enrichment Spanish, we have 66 students. We do have a dual language program, And that serves a total of 23. Actually, I'll have to relook at that. But English learners, we serve district-wide of 1,688 students from kindergarten through 12th grade. So this is our BMEP program models. So based upon our total English learners of 1,688, this is the breakdown of how we report, or how we identify the schools and the teachers. So for the English learners, we do have K through 5, K through 6. So the ELD stands for English Language Development, just an FYI. That component is embedded to the English Language Arts, which is the ELA. They are in that K5 through K6, that is being served through our self-contained classroom with teachers that are TESOL endorsed, or have teachers have a waiver on file. For middle school, from 6th through 8th grade, we do have the ELD embedded to the ELA component. And that is through specifically where you'll find strategies and things embedded into the English Language Arts classes. And also for 9th to 12th grade, we have the ELD embedded to the ELA, which is also the ELA. It's the content of where those services are served is through the ELA specific. In this, we do have what we call an initiative, which is a consortium that we are a part of with the state of New Mexico. It's through the WIDA. We do offer the WIDA framework focused on the speaking domain. We do have the can-do descriptors, which helps guide how we serve our English learners. One is through the culturally linguistic relevant instruction, which is the CLRI, which are embedded into instruction. We have the Elevation platform as a monitoring tool. Also elevation strategies and data that's utilized to create English learner plans. EL stands for English learner. So the process and protocols, we do have, we do develop a framework and timeline, and this plan has been created in order to streamline and stay on top of projects and things that we are faced with when applying for this application on a yearly basis. So there's a lot of collaboration with principals and assistant principals. There's ongoing data collection, such as the number of students with the information that I provided in the previous slide. We identify PACs, which is the Parent Advisory Committees. And also we're required to do a board presentation in order to get district assurances. And then we also have, I have a timeline, I have a deadline that I set for myself, because I just need time in order to process all of these, the documentation and the data, and entering them. I enter the information for all 16 schools and for all the teachers, and that we have to identify, the data and to ensure that the information is correct. So here is what I created for a timeline in order to maintain and meet the deadlines. I do have a hard deadline. It is in April, but I do set that because I just have to stay on task with these. So I developed this timeline for myself, and also to communicate this to the building principals. And I really commend the principals' help in providing this information. In addition to what you have just heard them do, they help with identifying things in their schools to ensure, their language programs are happening. Some serve two different programs. Some have the dual language and Heritage Navajo. And in the Kirtland schools, we do have the Heritage Navajo and Spanish programs happening there. So they do a lot, and I really commend them for providing. And I do a lot of the work as much as I can, but I do reach out to the principals to help. They're the voices for their schools. So I believe, for example, we have part 2, they have Principals will complete questions regarding their school site, what things are on hand, what they're using, and kind of identify their language proficiency. And then part 2 is where we start another part where they gather information for their schools as far as like they identify who their parent advisory committees are. They also look at the insurances. So in this, I'm working with the data department to compile numbers in order to help them know what the most current data is for their school sites, as far as like the number of students we're serving in each of the language models. And also for part 3, this is where they get assistance from their language teachers or their heritage Navajo and Spanish, and also the dual language teachers to get them to understand their language proficiencies, how they're using their instructional materials, and what kinds of things what they need. So I really streamlined this to minimize what the principals do. So hopefully it is working. Part 4, is the ELA teacher list. It's just a matter of gathering that information and gathering that data, and which is something that I already have. So principals, I may just send you an information. But anyway, with that, I have to have my deadline to get this to this interim superintendent. It's March 31st. That way there's time for him to review the information and review all the schools. And of course, part of the requirements is to do a board presentation or board report as to what we're doing, since we're seeking district assurances. So here are the schools that we do, that I compile this complete report into SharePoint with the BMEP, with the New Mexico Department of Education. And I want to point out that all the schools that are here are the principals that I really, collaborate with, and provide extra, help for questions if there's questions. And in addition, we do put in for Dream Dene, we also put their BMEP information as well. So that's my presentation as far as like applying for the BMEP application. This will be my second year doing this full report. And I appreciate the coaching and support that I have from the my colleagues with the Intercultural and Community Outreach, Dr. Berlinda Begay and Dr. Lopez. And also on board with my coworker, Roberta Adekayazi, is also the one who helps me collect this information. I stand for questions.
Vice President Haskey.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Secretary George.
For the let's see, what is it? K-5, K-6 ELD, English language development. How many certified Dene dual teachers do we have that have the TESOL endorsement to continue teaching? Are we okay on those?
We should be. I say we should, but we are okay. I do collect information with human resources. There's a lot of collaboration that happens with this. Otherwise, I would be looking up all the teachers throughout the whole thing to find. But I looked at the list, and we have ensured that the teachers they're either TESOL endorsed or they have been put on a waiver for this school year. So there are requirements for them to fulfill their waiver as the school district provides more support for that.
Okay. Is there, I know back a couple months back, dual language teachers were told that they didn't need to have a TESOL or to teach it, they would be okay. And with the new guidelines that came out by New Mexico PED referring to the ELD dual language or English language, is that still current, that they need additional licenses for that to take the test for writing in Navajo, writing in Navajo, speaking in Navajo, and then there was one other criteria that they have to take.
So that what you're are referencing is the 520 license for our NALC instructors. So those that have been identified, you know, we are working with teachers to ensure that we have those items in place with the teachers.
How many of our teachers have the 520 license or are in jeopardy of maybe losing their position if they don't have 520, because before they were told that they didn't need the 520 as long as they had their TESOL? They were misrepresented or it was miscommunicated. I'm sorry.
Okay. I am not sure where that came from. I'm just working from the program report of what we have, but we do have identified 16 teachers that have their 520 licenses, and of that we have I'd say about 6 that are certified. That have their state certificate, you know, the state license. So,
okay, in this report, are we reporting about this 520 here in this report?
Yes, it is. It goes further into a certain part in this BMEP report where I'm required to enter the course code and also their licensure number, and as well as their what capacity of the classroom of what they are right now. I'm trying to visualize what SharePoint says, but I know that it's the course code and the TESOL or the license number is what they that I have to enter.
Okay.
And also the amount of it says the TESOL endorsement or the language arts endorsement. And also bilingual endorsements, or we do have a few that have the MCNL, which is the modern classical or native language endorsement.
So with all those that you mentioned, the 6 that are, the ones that don't have the 520 license, are we in jeopardy of losing those teachers at some of the school sites? And how can we?
I don't foresee losing any of the teachers. I am sure that we are working to, if there's any situation, we are working to help all our teachers to maintain their certification and also to ensure that they have their PD hours and to ensure that they are intact with what they're working with. But we are working with this, and I am collaborating with Dr. Begay as far as like how we will ensure this will be you know, of what was mentioned, you know, to help our teachers.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Montoya.
Ms. Benali, how long are those waivers? What's the standing on the waivers for the time?
It's I have Miss Tanya in HR who is helping with that. So as soon as we identify, you know, those that data is the one that really helps us. So it's a really big department teamwork. We do have one person that's identified in data who provides us a list of those that if there's like an issue with the waivers or the endorsements, and then so I, you know, put that in contact with Tanya so we can work with our teachers to get those waivers in place. And so we have identified teachers and we do have them placed on waivers. So I did get an update from Human Resources, and that was, you know, I do have that confirmed. And so the waivers last until, you know, there's a lot of things that are in place with that as well. So teachers, you know, take classes as far as like, we do have that available, which any teacher can get their TESOL so long as they contact and they're interested, and, you know, which we strongly suggest the teachers to have that endorsement, because there are classes that are provided to all of our teachers to take, and, you know, it's you know, that expense is covered by the school district. So that's something. And but the you know, there is a TESOL exam, and the teacher will have to take that with the Praxis, with the signing up with Praxis.
Okay, and I do appreciate the fact that it's a collective effort to ensure that we maintain a staff that is certainly qualified to be able to teach. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions from board members? Okay. Thank you for that. We will.
Thank you.
Next item H, report on Title VI. Is that what that is? Yes. I can read my Roman numerals, right?
Yeah.
Indian Education Grant. Dr. Begay.
Yate Shea Berlinda Begay and Shia Ado Betanin Schledo Tratnasani Bashichin Kitlachitni Dashiche Do Ashini Dashanala Ado Hiha Aden Shikedo Shidena Eda Isanol Saigildo. Good evening, President, Board President, and board members, and then Superintendent Carlson. I will be presenting the Title VI grant, which we do every year. And I am the District Bilingual Multicultural Education Coordinator. So the Title VI grant is really specific to assisting our Native American students. And they're really specific in terms of the focus being embedding their language and culture into the academics. In this case, for this grant, we have done that through several ways. One of the main focus areas to do that is ensuring that the culture responsive teaching, which Ms. Benali has mentioned, is a district initiative, which is the CLRI. And that's really part of the rulings as well with the New Mexico Yazzie Martinez ruling too. Next. So Cheryl did provide this information, but Cheryl and I, our programs really are synced with one another. And so we really have to collaborate because we are part of the BMEP program. With that in mind, with this information that she shared with you already, we can go to the next slide. And then this is information she had already shared with you regarding the BMEP program as well. We have our English learner component, which has the K5 or K6, depending on the area of the district. And so with the English learner program, she did explain where the English language development is embedded into the English language arts. And that's really where the self-contained elementary classrooms embed that. And then the same with the secondary courses as well. But a lot of this, the compliance is already there. And she did explain the WIDA standards that is utilized. Thank you. Next. I also wanted to share the language part of it. Sharon, what's the next slide? Is there another slide? I was looking for that triangle. Okay, I guess it's not in there. I thought I put it in there, but go ahead and go back to the previous two slides. So our district had, right there, Sharon, the 90-10 model. Yeah, right there. So our district has two schools that have the 90-10 Navajo immersion program model. And so if you look at the breakdown of what the 90-10 model is, it's really a scaffolded effect in terms of building a Navajo language foundation in comprehension in second language acquisition for our Navajo children or non-Navajo children who do take part in these programs. And so with the K and first grades, 90% of the day, which includes content areas of math, science, social studies, and Navajo literacy, they're all done in the language. And only 10% of the day, which is allocated by the time that is given next to the percentages, is only done in English. And so because of that, the instruction and the materials and resources that are utilized have to be specific to targeted needs of the students. And so the 90-10 model is actually unique because it cannot follow the district expectations that they have of all the core content classrooms. Because of this 90-10 model, it has to be targeted and specific to student needs. And because of the percentages only done in English. And so that's the unique part of it. And so as this scaffolded effect happens, it's really important to know and understand that these students stay in the program. And so with the current program, it's also advised that parents do not pull students out, because it is common for parents to feel scared and have concern that their children are not learning enough English, but it ends up catching up through this scaffolded process if they can understand and trust the way this process happens. And so this is how the 90-10 model of our current dual language program is set up. Next. And again, as I had shared, the core content, especially in ELA, is really specific. And so supplemental resources are utilized. And that's really to target these specific needs that our students need to be done in the allotted time. So the other content areas, as I had shared, like math, science, Navajo social studies, and Navajo literacy, they're all done in the Navajo language. And then with the Navajo social studies, the dual language program did create a curriculum, which is oral language focused. And it's really unique because it's set up to the seasons. As we all know, our Navajo society is governed around the 4 seasons. What we do, what we say, it's all governed around there. So these themes are set up in that way. Next. In terms of the goals and objectives for the Title VII grant, the coordination of services for professional development are what's listed here for teachers and school professionals. And then it does indicate subset of teachers. Those would be like EAs or specialists in the schools. And then you have LEA staff, which is pretty much all the staff at a school site. And then you have your non-teaching staff on board too at each school site. So these that are listed right here are already given from the grant. So what you have to do is just choose what's already given. They don't really give a lot of choices, but what they provide for you. So this is what we have chosen as a part of our professional development. And so you have workshops and conferences, there's coaching, mentoring, and there's training, there's orientation happening. And so the content is really language and culture specific, and anything related to Indian education. Then we have cultural awareness education as well, which we do a lot of. And that includes like cultural sensitivity training for our own people as well, and then for our non-Navajo colleagues. Next. And the projects, again, are really specific to language and culture embedded into core instruction for academic achievement. And so the services that we do say we provide are in the areas of our Navajo language instruction, and then our culture education through different types of professional development for our teachers, our colleagues at the administrative level as well. And then we encourage student advocacy. We encourage leadership for them as well. And then cultural identity development for them. And we also have family and parent involvement, because with Title VI, we have an advisory committee that's called the Indian Parent Advisory Committee, IPAC. They're the ones who oversee this grant. So just like the JOM has their IEC, Title VI has IPAC. And so the data sources that we receive for these projects are listed on the side, which include classroom observations, focus groups, interviews, surveys. A lot of these you have heard through our communication, whether it's done by the district social media or by robocalls that we have been implementing these types of initiatives to retrieve data. Next. So one of the requirements of Title VI is to have a public hearing. And we do that every year in the fall. We have our different departments talk about their departments, they talk about their finances, they talk about their grants and the implementation of their grants. And then we also have our parent committee, which is the IPAC, and then all the different ways we try to communicate with our parents, guardians, and community as well. Next. And then we also have to comply with the federal statutes of having tribal consultation. At the federal level, it is mandated that any school district or school who receives a grant that's more than $40,000, they must have implement tribal consultation. At our department, we do two types of tribal consultation. We have the Navajo Nation tribal consultation. We have that twice a year, one in the fall and one in the spring. And then we also have our local tribal consultation with the 13 chapters that represent our school district. And then we also have tribal consultation with our parent advisory groups as well, which is the IEC and IPAC. And then there's a part of the grant that asks for additional information. In this grant, we also indicate that we support our Native American English learners. And so they're unique and in a way too where they fall in between common, I guess, or regular English learners, and then students who are still learning their second heritage language as well. So our Native American English learners fall within that that category where they don't really fit in one part or the other, because a lot of or majority of our Native American English learners have English as their first language, but yet they're exposed to their heritage languages in so many ways. And as an English learner myself, we don't have that academic English fully foundationalized, I guess. It's kind of the English that we speak is what we call or see as the Indian English, the Navalish. It's the social English that we have. And so that's how our Native American English learners are. And so in that, we also provide funding to support the Elevations platform as a monitoring tool as well. Next. So at the district level, Elevation has become an initiative from the Curriculum and Instruction Department. And so since last year up to this current month, we have provided all these trainings and elevations and built pathways for our teachers and for our school site administration as well. And these are specific areas so they can start utilizing the platform, especially with the data component, because each principal is required under BMEP to know and understand their EL program. And so with that in mind, these pathways and these trainings that were provided has helped our principals understand the platform more. Next. And this is just a report on the usage of the platform since August 21st, which is kind of like the beginning of the school year up to current. And this is by each school, just to show you how Elevations is being utilized. And this is what I wanted to show at the beginning. So Cheryl and I work under this triangle with the BMEP, the Bilingual Multicultural Education Program. It's more of a triangle. And so all schools are under this program. You have your language programs, which my colleagues and I oversee, like the Navajo Dual Language Program, and Cheryl and her team, they work with the Navajo and the Spanish heritage models. But she also focuses more on the English learner part. But because we work collaboratively, we fall under the same program. And so it's a must that we work together under BMEP because of that, especially for compliance as well. Next. So how does Title VI support the BMEP? We have contracted services with Dr. Holly. Dr. Holly is our main trainer for the CLRI initiative. Again, that was part of the Yazzie Martinez ruling to ensure that schools are implementing that. And it is also a district initiative as well. And then through social emotional learning, we have incorporated indigenous holistic wellness through this grant in terms of providing support with different presentations or workshops from people who can provide that support for our students and then for our teachers and administration as well. And so example of that are the virtual culture and language wellness series that we have been offering virtually. And I would like to encourage everybody to visit our district homepage and our own department homepage, because this is where we post all these virtual series. And then this is where we also support our Navajo dual language and Navajo heritage teachers in terms of having them revise the curriculum and their assessment every year to ensure that it continues to support our students based on situations like last summer we worked on integrating the virtual component of it. And so this summer, our plan is to revisit again and see how we can strengthen it and support our students again with what they have learned in this year's situation. And then we also provide professional development in Navajo language and culture, education for our teachers and administrators as well. And then supporting our Native American English learners, and then the incorporation of our Indigenous holistic wellness component of it. We also, this grant also supports the district testing for the Diné language proficiency assessment that we are required to do from DOTI. And so we hire retired Navajo language teachers to help us, because this assessment is one-on-one and it takes a lot of time to do that. And so they help us with the assessment part of this. Next. So every year we use the previous year's allocation amount to write our grant. And once we get a final allocation, we revise the numbers a little bit, and it's usually not a lot. So based on last year's amount that was awarded to us, we are servicing 4,580 Native American students, not just Navajo students, because the 506 form is a form that our parents fill out that asks for their Native American heritage. And that form is what generates this funding for Title VI. So based on that, we have 4,580 students with the 506 forms on file as of the last student count. And so the breakdown for this amount is as follows. A majority of it goes to personnel, and then to travel for students and staff. And then for supplies as well. And then for contract services, like I had shared with you, like with Dr. Holly, and then other would mean like supporting the Elevations platform. And then of course, we always have to include the indirect costs with our new indirect cost rate. Next. So this is the breakdown of the personnel. We do have the bilingual coordinator whose salary at 25% salary and benefit gets paid from here. And then the bilingual supervisor's salary and benefits at 25% gets paid from here. And then 15 of our Navajo language teachers at 100% of their salaries and benefits are paid from this grant. And then our clerical at 25% for her salary and her benefits. And so that's the breakdown for the personnel. Next. And then for budget, we have in district for students to utilize. There's times when we rely a lot on Navajo Nation, JOM, and our other grants to fulfill some of these student travel costs. But those that aren't allowable, this is where we usually tap into it to support that, to support those field trips. And then for those out of district as well, for like teachers to go on professional development. Next. And we also utilize this grant to fulfill supplies and materials that aren't allowed from the other grants as well. For example, like from Navajo Nation JOM, they don't support t-shirts or bags. And at times, based on our event, we may need to purchase bags or t-shirts. And this is where we would tap into with this grant. Next. And then this is where our contract services come in. In this sense, we do culture education. We have consultants that we utilize, such as Dr. Holly for CLRI. We can have consultants to address our Native American English learners, and then for culture education for our Navajo teachers as well from here. Next. And then this year is the first time that at the federal level from Title VI OIEE, they did let us know that because we have an IPAC, they are eligible for stipends. So, and then the meetings that they have, it's done quarterly. And so based on that, we have an amount budgeted for them to get compensated for meetings. And then we have some money budgeted to go towards the Elevations platform. Next.
That's the last slide.
Okay. And that's the end of my Title VI grant application. I stand for questions.
Vice President Hosky.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Secretary Jordan.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Ms. Montoya.
Dr. Begay?
Yes.
This is the first year that this school year was the first year that 90-10 model is implemented, correct?
Yes, it is.
And at this time, with any of the evaluations up to this time, how is it proceeding?
it's a pilot year, and the teachers have been learning a lot. We've been providing support one-on-one. I've been visiting each school weekly. We've done a lot in terms of ensuring that they are understanding the 90-10 model. I mean, we've done it's gone through a lot of trials. And at this point, that's common for a new program like this, switching from a 50-50 model to a 90-10. It took a lot of changes and getting used to, especially staying in the language even longer. And the challenging parts are trying to come up with standard vocabulary words for math terminologies, for science terminologies, because with our language, we don't have one word specific that we can use for these terminologies. How our language works is it's going to come out to a phrase, because the phrase is specifically what we're talking about for that specific purpose of that word. And so those are the challenging things that we're still working on as of today, because we have a lot of vocabulary words that really can't be standardized, but we're working on it. The schedules have changed so many times, and it's been a challenge, but that's just normal with a new program. But meeting with them again this week and yesterday, they are very optimistic and looking forward, and already talking about next year, like, okay, now I know this. I know what to do now. I know how to do this now. Those kind of statements are what we're working with to ensure that that we're already preparing for next school year.
Very good. I appreciate that, because when it's implemented properly and everybody's buying into the program, obviously it works. It works real well. I've seen it happen. I've done some reading on the research about it, and so I know that 90-10 model is very successful when it's utilized properly. So I appreciate the fact that what you just said is about the educators actually seeing the benefit in pre-planning in their mind to how they will assess and actually implement next year, but knowing that there's always going to be those bumps in the road when you first start to do it. So I appreciate the fact that they're being positive about it, because that model does work and it works quite well. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Thank you for that.
Yeah.
No. Next is I, Navajo Nation, Johnson O'Malley.
President Wells,
Yes.
can I make a comment first?
Yes. I'm sorry.
This is Suzette Haskey, board member. I have to abstain from any of the votings in regards to Johnson O'Malley because of my position as the Johnson O'Malley program manager for the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Because the last thing we need is people to question and scrutinize the process. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Good evening. Yat Shudana. My name is Nemisia Ciantes, Taba Nishla, Tudich Ini Bashishin, Batani Dashiche, Tachini Dashanella, I am the Johnson O'Malley Supervisor in the Intercultural and Community Outreach Department. Again, good evening, Board President Wells, board members, and Interim Superintendent Carlson. I do have a presentation as well as the JOM application to present, and I'm going to go ahead and start. So this is the grant application for school year 2022 and 2023. A little overview about what is the Johnson O'Malley Act from 1934 was that it was passed to subsidize education, medical attention, and other services provided by states or territories to Indians living within their borders. And today, the purpose is to financially assist those efforts to design and to meet the specialized and unique educational needs of eligible Indian students, including programs supplemental to the regular school program and school operational support. How does the JOM program work? It comes from the U.S. Department of Interior, and it gets sent over to our Navajo Nation JOM program in Window Rock, and from there we become subcontractors as a district when we apply each year. And the two main requirements under the JOM Act is to ensure parent participation, known as the Indian Education Committee, who help plan and develop the education plan within the JOM application, and go accordance with the 25 CFR. So what makes a student eligible for JOM funding? Eligible students are from the ages of 3 to grade 12 and membership in a federally recognized tribe. A copy of the student's certificate of tribal membership must be on file with the JOM program office, which our data department has a person specified to collect those information for us on the 40th day count. And each student must be an enrolled student with any CCSD affiliated school. So I did present last month on what our JOM IEC is. Just to refresh, we do have 9 seats on the education committee, and each parent must be acting in local parentis or assuming the place of parents such as legal guardians or parents of adopted children. School officials or administrators are not eligible per 25 CFR, and IEC establishes procedures under which the committee serves, known as the organizational documents and bylaws. Currently, we have 1 parent represented under Dream Diné Charter School. We have 4 parents representing the Shiprock region, 1 parent in the Kirtland Ojo region, and 2 parents from the Nosh Chitty Newcomb region. So that's 8 seats filled of the 9. We are looking for a last seat in the Kirtland Ojo region. The roles and duties of IEC. So they fully participate in planning, development, and implementing and evaluation of the O'Malley application. They approve and disapprove program requests such as field trips, requests for funding. They do the fall and spring needs assessment with the schools, and they interview 1 core teacher, 1 heritage teacher, and the principal for these surveys. And then in the springtime, we have the JOM family survey that's sent out to parents that have students in the district. They meet regularly once a month from September to June for 10 consecutive months. And they work in collaboration with the JOM program and the ICO department. We do have general questions such as what is the educational plan? And the educational plan contains goals and objectives which adequately address the educational needs of the CCSD students and provides services such as program and fiscal services, accountability in meeting state standards and requirements, procedures and methods used to achieving program objectives, and overall program implementation and evaluation. Comment number 2, what's using JOM funds, what's allowed and what's not allowed. So the IEC, the local parents, they're responsible for determining the eligibility of students and items to be purchased. Only items approved by IEC, LEA, and JOM may be purchased. And JOM is a supplemental grant. It does not supplant. Funds are to be used to support existing programs and not to replace programs that are being provided by another funding source. Comment number 3, what's an example of an allowable? So direct student instruction is primarily the focus of the JOM grant, such as focus areas in culturally linguistic relevant instructional materials, English development instructional materials and supplies, student field trips, assemblies in support of STEAM, arts, leadership, college and career readiness. In the grant, in the education plan, we have events such as knowledge bowls, language festivals, multicultural singing and dancing festivals, indigenous identity workshops, summer school robotics camps. We have focus areas in college seminars, ACES Club, Unity Club, and other student clubs, such as the Educators Rising and Grow Your Own. And we have the education and financial support, also known as the parental costs component. So the allocation for school year 2022 and 2023, in this application, you will see only 75% of the previous year's budget, and it's servicing 4,479 Navajo students. We have a due date of March 30th, 2022. So for this breakdown, I have school year 21-22, which is the current year, set at 100%, and that is $471,340.03. When you take 75% of that, you'll see that it equals up to $353,505.02. And so we work with that 75% budget in 5 components. 3 of the components are set components. Component 3, which is the parental cost, is set at 15% of the budget. Component 4 is set at 25% of the budget, and component 5 is also 15%. And since we have 5, the remaining 20% is spread between components 1 and 2. Now, to get into detail about what the components are, the JOM program supplies and materials for teachers, students, admin, and IEC are purchased for their instructions with a focus in CLRI and needs assessments. So for component 1, the focus area is culturally and linguistic responsive classrooms. Component 2 is connecting colleges and communities. Component 3 is parental cost support. Component 4 is JOM administration, and component 5 is Indian Education Committee. Budget, personnel, program salaries, and benefits. We have a coordinator, a clerical, temporary personnel, and bus drivers have funding amounts coming from the JOM education plan. And examples of personnel, meaning temporary, are teachers supported for after-school programs or summer school programs, and bus drivers for activities and field trip requests. Budget for travel, mostly part 1 is staff and IEC. The administrators who work directly and with JOM have professional development to acquire information on Indian education, legislative updates, curriculum assessment updates, and implementation. And the IEC is also given that same opportunity to attend these meetings. Part 2 of the travel budget is for students and teachers. So we provide PDs for Navajo heritage teachers and dual language teachers to increase skills, knowledge, and best practices for their curriculum development, implementation for instructions related to Navajo language and cultural development and learning. For students, we provide CLRI college and career readiness, STEAM, student leaderships, student field trips to promote identity development of Native American students. We currently have 26 teachers, Navajo heritage and dual language combined. For students, we service all the elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools, as well as Dream Diné Charter School. So additional funding, there's various other what do we call it? Other requests that you'll see in the educational plan, such as IEC stipends and mileage. We have a budget for consultants, hiring influencers, motivational speakers, such as our winter and fall presentation series. We do cost share with Elevations, the platform that Dr. Begay had shared earlier. And in this application, you'll see a new add-on for Envision and Dream Navigator, and that's mostly geared towards the college and career readiness component. You'll see focused more on what Dr. Begay shared earlier with the graduate profile. So it's a cost shared event. It's not going to be in full. And then of course we have the indirect costs set at the new 4.34%. And in the JOM application, you'll find a checklist starting with the budget, the personnel listing, the IEC membership listing. So you'll get to see the names of the members and what region that they're representing, the needs assessment, the priority listing, the consolidated budget, the detailed education plans that I briefly shared with you, the JOM eligibility and enrollment listing, equipment listing, minor equipment that was purchased with JOM funding, the local parental educational support cost policy. So that ties in with component number 3. It's a list of the items that were taken from the needs assessment, the JOM family assessment, and the IEC wrote what they found in their reports into the education plan. We have the local de minimis policy. We have the insurance certificate, the job description for the percentage in the coordinator and the clerical of the department in JOM. We have the updated bylaws that were approved on March 1st by the IEC, the debarment suspension and certification, the W-9, and the DUNS number. And I stand for questions.
Any questions?
No, thank you.
No, other than to tell you, Ms. Fuentes, I appreciate the work and effort that you guys do to ensure that these documents are whole and sound. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Board Member Montoya. This is my first year implementing the application and writing the application with the IEC, and I was up for the challenge, and I feel confident in the work that the IEC and myself did this year.
Well, it's good that you have people in that department to be able to help you out and ensure that we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's to make sure that there's compliance to every piece of paper that is signed. So I appreciate that, Begay.
Yes, well done. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to present. Have a good night, Board President Wells, members of the board, and Interim Superintendent Carlson.
Thank you. You have a good night.
Thank you, you too. Next is item J, report on accounts payable disbursement. Disbursement listings, outstanding check listings, expenditure reports, and review reports by Mr. Donovan Yazzie.
Good evening. Thank you, Board President Wells, members of the board, Interim Superintendent, Mr. Carlson. The first thing we're presenting here is the disbursement listing for the operational accounts. It's a 95-page report totaling $2,863,737.56. The next disbursement listing is the activities accounts. 10-page report totaling $18,683.59. And we have the outstanding check listing for the operational account, I believe, is being presented, totaling $296,987.11. We have the outstanding check listing for the activities account, totaling $6,528.01. The next thing we have is the expenditures for our general funds, 11,000 to accounts 23,000. For this past month, they're totaling $3,296,804.65. For the expenditures in our grants accounts, funds 24,000 to funds 29,000, totaling $1,478,205.38. Looking at the expenditures for the capital outlay and debt service accounts, totaling $5,538,481.88. Revenues coming in for this past month for general funds, 11,000 through 23,000, totaling $5,830,332.49.
Mr. Yazzie?
Yes, sir.
If I may, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
There's no credit for impact aid, if I saw that correctly.
Yeah, so we have, I was looking into this, I was talking to our department here. We had a grant, we had a audit that we had to work on back in January, and we got all of those documents in. So we're just waiting on the status of that. I believe that was approved last month. So we're looking at, I'm going to check to see what the status of the payment is going to be based off of that there.
Okay.
So they were looking at, they were looking at the documents. They wanted to make sure that we were verifying the numbers for the students that we were reporting. So that's what I believe that's what was holding it up there.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Uh-huh. So we have the revenues for grant funds. For funds 24,000 to 29,000. Totaling $89,654.76. Revenues for capital outlay and debt services for last month totaling $28,863.57. For checks written from the Johnson O'Malley account, $29,459.80. And the budget entries and journal entries. That one. Balancing at $32,259,452. Questions for this section? Item J.
Ms. Oskey, do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
I don't have any questions.
None from the board. Go ahead. Proceed.
Thank you, President Wells, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Carlson, Mr. Carlson. Moving on to purchase orders exceeding 60,000. We have a total of 14 purchase orders exceeding 60,000 for construction, maintenance, allocations to Dream Dene Charter School, and also I believe a freezer for the warehouse as well too.
Mr. President.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Yazzie?
Yes, board member Montoya.
That total for the bleachers, that 400,000, down towards the bottom. Right there, 13. Okay. Were we doing that just there, or was that going to be at other locations as well? I know that says SHS Homeside bleacher replacement, but
let's see.
Was that going to be something that's considered at the other locations as well?
This is
13.
13. So 2235. I think it might stay on the PO. Let me go down to the PO 2235. If not, then if we have Miss Thompson here too, can help with answering the question as well.
Ms. Thompson, did you hear my question?
Board President, Superintendent, Interim Carlson, Board Member Montoya. That particular PO is to replace the pit bleachers at Shiprock High School on the home side.
Okay, good. Yeah, because I wasn't too certain if that was, because as I'm aware of the condition of those units underneath and the wear and tear that they've had all those years. So I appreciate that. Thank you. That's why I was asking the question.
Yes, sir.
All righty,
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Director Thompson.
You're welcome, Mr. Yazzie.
Oh, we got moving on to item J, budget adjustment and journal entries. President Montoya, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Carlson. We have here bars that we use the memorandum for. The first one that we used for is the increased bar for food services for fresh fruits and vegetables for Fund 24118. It's a sub-award from the USDA to purchase fresh fruits and vegetables for the classroom. The next bar adjustment here, we have a initial budget. It is it's Fund 24-130 CDC Healthy Schools. It is to help support the improvement in health and academic success. We have a maintenance bar for Carissa Fund 24308. This is just to balance and make sure we have a budget alignment for the 1,000 function for the months of July through February. Let's see, the next one is a transfer bar for title, what is it? Title 19 funds 25153 to cover negatives for the 33.
What'd you do to him?
I don't know.
Froze up. Interim Superintendent Carlson.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wells, may I?
You may.
You might want to, oh, he dropped off. Okay, so you might want to let him know he's probably has to reset.
Okay, yeah, he's probably coming back in.
All right.
There we go.
Did I get frozen?
Yes, you were. You dropped all the way to the bottom of the screen, Mr. Yazzie.
Oh my goodness. I was wondering what happened.
You were looking good frozen though.
Oh, I was looking good frozen.
We were wondering too.
So we are at the bar adjustment request. This is an increased bar for school buses and cameras, Fund 27405. This is the final award for this school year. And we just representing the memorandum that was approved that we use for to have these bars go through. Yeah. Any questions?
Vice President Haskell?
Board President Wells, she had to sign off for she had a report that she needs to get done. So she had to sign off. She signed off at 9:32.
Do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
It's a good thing I don't have to leave. No questions.
It is.
I'll be in trouble.
No, Mr. Yazzie, there's no question.
Thank you, President Wells, members of the board, and Interim Superintendent Carlson. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Yazzie.
That was Al he was doing, wasn't it, the last one?
Down to item 4, please.
Review the consent items and items pulled from consent agenda for discussion and or approval. Would you read the consent items, please?
Yes. 5, consent agenda. A, approval of the consent agenda. B, approved minutes for February 1st, 2022 special school board. February 10th, 2022 work session, February 15th, 2022 special school board, February 15th, 2022, regular school board, and March 3rd, 2022, special board. C, fundraising request for Kirtland Central High School baseball team and banner sale. D, fundraising request for Kirtland Central High School junior ROTC leadership camp in Flagstaff, Arizona. E, unique trip request for Kirtland Central High School BPA leadership conference in Dallas, Texas. F, bilingual multicultural education program, BMEP annual application. G, Title VI Indian Education Grant. H, Navajo Nation Johnson O'Malley CCSD application. I, procurement over 60,000. J, budget adjustments and journal entries.
Are there any items you'd like to remove or change in the consent agenda?
Mr. Wells, just for a point of transparency and disclosure in respect to the consideration of what was stated by Ms. Haskey, I just wanted to state that obviously the secretary has stated that she's no longer on the meeting. Is that correct?
Is that what?
She's no longer on.
Oh, she's no longer on, yes.
Yeah, on the meeting,
Yeah.
in the meeting.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make that clear because of the consideration of possibly, but we don't have to since she's not in the meeting.
Right.
To pull that item off and vote on it separately, which would have been I. So I guess we can stand as the consideration for the consent agenda as it is. We don't need to do that since she's not here.
I think if even if she'd have been here, if she'd abstained,
well,
you would have
yeah,
been.
That's why I said I wanted to state it just for
Okay.
the sake of
Yeah,
clarity.
you're right. She's
And
not
full
here.
disclosure. That's all.
Could I get a motion to
Make a motion to accept the
accept the agenda? Excuse me.
consent agenda at this time, as stated.
Can I get a second?
Yeah, I have a second.
Been moved and seconded that we accept the consent agenda as read in the let's see, Mr. Montoya. Is there any discussion on the motion?
No.
Myself, that's all that's here, so.
Nope. Let's go to roll call.
Secretary George,
Here.
Mr. Montoya,
Yes.
and myself. Well, okay. Next item is 5.
6.
6.
Board and superintendent report. A board member report.
I have the other 5. What did I get wrong here? I don't know. I already did 5.
Oh, we're on 6.
Mr. Carlson. Superintendent report.
Yes, sir. I am going to unmute myself first. That'll help probably, huh?
Will.
Are there no board member reports?
If board member reports first.
Yeah. A.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Secretary.
Just that this Saturday, the 12th, we'll be going to Washington for the conference and returning on the 16th, the evening of the 16th.
Okay, something has come up in my life. I won't be able to attend that, so I'll just get 2 of you going.
Okay.
Anything else?
No. I don't have anything to report.
Okay. Mr. Superintendent?
Is it time?
It's yours.
I will do it. All right. I am new to this and I understand, hopefully you'll excuse me for that. I understand that a superintendent report would probably be quite a bit more exhaustive than what I'm going to go into. So I'm just going to give you just kind of some real quick things. So Board President Wells, Vice President Haskey's no longer on, is that correct?
Correct.
And we just have Secretary George and Board Member Montoya. But I would like to thank the members who are not in attendance anymore today very much for entrusting me with this responsibility. I know it's huge, and I believe I'm up for the task. I have been with the district for 24 of my 34 years in education, and those 24 were all spent in Kirtland. But I do care about all the communities and the staff and the children, the entire district. I feel like we should be among the top districts in the state. And I know that not just recently, but over the years, we may not have always gotten as far as we need to go. And I'd like to do what I can to help us with that. So I do have some goals. One of those goals, I really think we need to bring people back to this district. When I first started teaching in Kirtland, obviously many years ago, we were able to pay people more just to come to the district. And that's not why I came, but it is something that does draw people in. We have funding opportunities now that other districts do not. And I think we just really need to bring in the best staff we possibly can. There's a huge teacher shortage right now. And we need to do our best to give incentives for teachers and staff members as much as we can. And I know, we have Donovan on there. He and his team have put together some calendars. The calendar committee's worked with him and his team to put together some packages where we can offer teachers more. And this is a time when hopefully that teacher shortage could at least, it may not go away, but it can be lessened if we do those things and we pay people and bring people in. So I look forward to working to make that happen. Another thing I'd like to do, we've talked a lot, I've talked a lot with principals about lack of substitutes. And that has really affected the education of our kids. There's no reason why we can't be a leader in the Four Corners area. And with what we have for funding now, we can pay the best substitutes to come work in our district. And we can pay them enough where it would be worthwhile for them to come from districts such as Farmington. And I think that we really need to look into ways we can do that. I was in a meeting, I believe might have been yesterday. It seems like it's been 2 weeks and I've been doing this for 3 days. In that meeting, we talked about that possibility. And it is a possibility. It is something we can do. Also, there are a lot of construction projects that are moving forward. One that I would like I know the board is already behind, but I talked to Mr. Wells about this. The funding for the project is going to need to be approved. And so we're going to need to meet once again to talk about the possibilities. There are some areas in the Newcomb Elementary project, and you already know this, I know, where the funding is right now. There are some things that they want done that are technically above adequacy, which they've now changed that verbiage, and I can't remember what it is, but it's always been above adequacy. But we can address those things that are above adequacy by using impact aid in our general fund. And again, we can make buildings and we can bring people in that make our district better than the districts around. And we have the means to do that now. One task I really do want to take on while I'm here, as long as you'll have me. I believe that over the years, our organizational chart has suffered from a couple things. One of them is folks sometimes being given a job to fit a situation or to fit a person. And And I believe that this is something that can be looked at with eyes outside of the district and within the district to come up with an organizational chart that puts people in the right positions and the right people in the right positions. And it's something that I think we need to do as a district. So I think we need to revisit this topic. And I have spoken with Mr. Wells about this a little bit. And I'm pretty sure he agrees with me that we can do a lot better for our kids by really tackling that task. I just want to reiterate, I'm here to serve. I'm here to serve students, staff, and y'all, the local school board. I want to ask you board members, feel free to contact me if you have any urgent items that need to be addressed. I should be available. You can text me. Hopefully you have my number. I also want to reiterate to all staff members at all the schools and central office, all the sites, I do want to visit with people. I've walked around the buildings here and gotten to know some folks, but I want to visit with everybody and listen to what they have to say about what needs improvement and what's working in our district right now and what we really need to work on. So that's really all I have right now. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Mr. Carlson?
Sir.
I appreciate this. And your attitude, you and I have known each other for a while, together professionally for quite a number of years, and I respect you tremendously in what you're doing at that school. So with that thought in mind and the mantra that was stated with the former superintendent about continuing to move forward, I think that's just precisely and exactly what we need to do, because there's a lot of things that were in place that were certainly positive in respects to servicing the kids, just like you were saying, the buildings. Ms. Thompson knows all about that. I'm sure she's enlightened you with your trip to Albuquerque, but we need to keep those things moving. So I appreciate your enthusiasm and the considerations to do just that. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montoya.
Ms. Tarr?
Interim Superintendent, Mr. Carlson, thank you for that, for what you've said and for what you believe in and for being here for the students, the staff, and the teachers. And you come from the school, so you know exactly what is going on and you know exactly how, the culture was in the district, within the district. So I highly appreciate what you stated and look forward to working with you and moving this district forward for our students and our stakeholders. And thank you. And I just with the Newcomb project going on, I'd like to just reiterate that we stick with our bidding process fair across the board, that we really are transparent about that in the bidding process for that construction when it starts to take place.
You bet. Also, Ms. George, I'd like to mention that I appreciate the work that you did with wellness in our district, and I hope we can kind of move forward with that even more right now. I think that we talk about SEL. One of the best ways to ensure social emotional health is through exercise and proper diet, and I think we can do a lot more with that. And I appreciate what you've done in the past.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I have nothing further. I appreciate you taking on such short notice, taking the interim position, and I have every confidence that you'll, because like Secretary George said, you're in the classroom, in the buildings, and you have your finger on the pulse of what the educators and what the students need. So I'm confident that you're, as you said, that you're up to the task. So we appreciate that on.
I appreciate that confidence and support.
Any other questions for the superintendent. Okay, thank you, Mr. Carlson.
Thank you all.
Requested items for our next meeting, agenda items. Or reports.
Like, if I may, Mr. President.
Sure.
Have a update on the ICO and where they are with their department and sub-department.
Board President Wells.
Yes.
I just, I wanted to make sure that I sort of glossed over when I talked about the Newcomb situation. And I know that we're getting ready to talk about possible items for the next meeting. And I'm just wondering if it would be possible to have a special meeting. So we can, I didn't mention this part about during the meeting that I had with Candace Thompson and Public School Facilities Authority. We are a little bit behind schedule. And so without board approval, we can't really go any further right now. And so those, I was talking about the things that were above adequacy. We could address those in April, but it just would put us further behind at the April board meeting. So I'm just wondering if it would be possible to call a special meeting so we can actually approve the next step. And I don't know if Candace, you want to jump in on that? Did I explain that well enough?
Interim Superintendent Carlson, Board President Wells, Secretary George, Board Member Montoya. What we need from the board is the approval of the dollar figure for the items that, as Mr. Carlson referred to, that are outside of adequacy, so that we can continue with the schematic design of the new facility in Newcomb for the elementary school.
And we need a special board meeting to do that in order to, yes, we can entertain that. I'll get with Ms. Ray when to set up a special meeting.
Okay. We're looking at about $6 million above adequacy currently, Board President.
And that's $6 million that comes out of the board's purse?
Out of the school district's funds, yes, sir.
I meant school district, not boards. Excuse me.
I knew what you meant.
Not that much in my purse.
Yes, sir. We just need the board's approval on those items so that we can move on with the design of the new elementary.
Okay. Sooner rather than later. I'll get with Ms. Ray and get that agenda drawn up. And
so Board President Wells, just a reminder that we need to have that like 72 hours ahead of time.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I appreciate that reminder.
You're welcome.
Mr. Montoya.
Also with that, certainly I think would be the consideration for the board to start superintendent search. So the consideration, if you're going to do that special meeting, to have that conversation about the superintendent search at the same time, to be able to do that, because that needs to be done sooner than later as well, because the pool for the consideration for superintendents to apply gets very, very small the closer you get towards the end of the year.
Okay.
I'm more than willing to assist with you with that, because I've led one already.
And you said an update on what? I got that much down. And
well, again, that's going to be pursuant to what we can figure out for the time frame for the one. Just do those two items on that special meeting.
The first item is what I was questioning.
Oh, the ICO, and you said the sub-department?
Yeah, that's just for the regular board meeting. Yeah, I have. I'll get it to you. I'll send you an email.
Update the ICO.
Yeah, update ICO and their sub-departments.
Okay. Do you have an item for,
Yes.
okay,
I'd like a report on our, the health office monthly reports of services to students. And also, a report on the reimbursement for Medicaid services through, the health office for RNs that, for the reimbursements for billing. And update report on our nurses who have their Medicaid number and their NPI numbers current for billing processes. They have to have both of those to bill.
you're gonna have to write that down because I can't write that.
Okay,
All right.
that's it.
I would like to consider starting this meeting a half an hour to an hour later to allow board members, Miss Haskey in particular, and community members time to get home from work and log on.
We'll have to have that discussion in open session.
Wish to put that on the agenda too.
Sure.
Board President, I have one more.
Okay.
I'd like to see if we can get a report or consideration for the next regular school board meeting for the 4 directions to use the main gym for the students, communities for their 4 directions league for basketball or such.
Which gym are you talking about?
This main gym right here, the gym
Okay.
right here next door.
This one?
Yeah,
A
right
gym.
here. A gym.
A
Yeah.
gym?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any more items for discussion? Items for consideration?
Not at this time.
Okay. Turn to pluses and deltas.
For as much information that there was, I think it's timely under the consideration. Good information.
We covered a lot of ground.
Yes, and I have no deltas.
Plus is that I just want to give a huge congratulations to the schools, the principals, the teachers, the staff, everybody, all the employees for coming together and providing a safe, making the students feel safe, giving them a choice, collaboration, and having, trustworthy and giving them empowerment, especially to the stakeholders and the staff. And then just for the trauma-informed care that's been expressed tonight, I really appreciate that, and good job to everybody in the district. Thank you.
Next item, I need a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
A second?
I second.
It's been moved and second. We adjourn.
Vote. You gotta vote first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
So I might vote no. She might vote no. Want to stay here later?
Secretary George,
Yes.
Mr. Montoya,
Yes.
and myself, yes. This meeting is adjourned. It is
10:03.
10:03.
10:03.